quality
it's just me.
Because in futsal very fast,
Yes.
You have to think really fast.
Oh my word. The sound is non-existent right now.
Finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy.
How are we doing? Oh no, still no.
They don't improve. No?
There we go, we've got sound, come on.
Every day is good for improving your level, so you have
Good,
to
thank you. How are you?
work hard every day. It's detail, it's important.
Wow, what a night for it. Ethan Rigg
career.
going solo, you would never quite...
The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี 2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไว้ข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'll be in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไว้ข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Like what? What a bow. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Red eyes. I've been in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds. And look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right, a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here.
Good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, around the country, or indeed worldwide. Welcome back to Darabin for round 16 on the Series Futsal men's calendar. It is well and truly a pivotal match day to come ahead on a bit of a grey and gloomy Friday in Melbourne, but don't you worry about that. The floodlights shine, the players will glisten on court, and that will wash away even the wettest and wildest of Friday evenings. I'm Ethan Rigg, here to bring you all of the action that will be ahead for a night where seasons will be made, affirmations will be assessed, and the table may start to take up a shape that would carry it through until the end of the season. Carlton Heart and Pascoe Vale are the early kickoff in a night where 3 points means a great deal to either side. For Heart, they are clinging on, so close, and yet it also seems so far from salvation. 3 points to Aku, however, with the goal difference that they have amassed on the wrong side of things this season, it feels closer to 6 as Kevin Lamb is looking to inflict more pain on that early. We'll go through the lineups before Pascoe Vale take this first corner. For the Lions, Mazen Abdallah returning from injury. He's in between the sticks. Michael Newen is deepest, flanked currently by Felipe Evangelista, who seems to be well after last week's knock. Kevin Lamb, who fired one in, and Alison Lima holding pivot for now. For Carlton Heart, Matt Jaram in goal. Armand Dawood, Chaban Rajab starts, Alex LaRocca and Berad Bezadpour all in for a Heart side who are in dire need of another 3 points. It would be 2 wins in 3 weeks, you forget that, considering how Western United were way too good for them last week. A classy display. And Carlton Heart will hope that that doesn't kill some momentum. Lamb again looking to have a drive. LaRocca in the way. For Pascoe Vale, of course, they had to do it the hard way last time out against Melbourne. Aku, they were 2 down early, and it took a decisive and dramatic last-minute winner from the doctor. Andre Caro, with his second goal in as many weeks, won it for Pascoe Vale and kept the door open to 2. He was the key that unlocked it all. They are level on points with Fitzroy. However, the Tigers have a game in hand, so their destiny is out of their hands. However, they also have to focus on the challenge ahead. A treble of wins against Heart this season is a must. It is the expectation, as they've won the prior 2 meetings in such emphatic fashion. A 16-8 shootout the first time round, a 10-1 win on the break, on the eve of the Easter break, should I say. In particular, a dominant performance that turned a few heads, and the rough patch post that period seems to have evaded them. It seems to have been smoothed over by now, and with 5 games to play, the Lions are prowling, searching for second, more progress on the project, more dividends being repaid, and tonight would go a great way and a great deal in order to doing so. As Chaban Rajab just tried to fizz one into Bezadpour. After those early efforts from Kevin Lamb, this one's settled down. Not much of a lull, but 2 sides attempting and eyeing up one another. It's Michael Newen. Must mention a strong MVP candidate this season is Felipe Evangelista. You can see that knee tape. That's from a small collision he sustained, but all seems to be well. Alison Lima. Pascoe Vale, patience, Newen. Evangelista. Face to face with Dawood, switched for Lima. Had a couple of Heart shirts just wanting to shut that door inside. Lamb gave it back to him, that's a smashing ball. Alison Lima, LaRocca with him all the way. Had to make the block, but it will be a Pascoe Vale corner. Lovely move from those in black. Have their second corner tonight so far. It's taken quickly. Evangelista. Lamb tried to drive it into Newen. Couldn't flick it goalward. so much that we've been able to make of both of these sides this season. Pascoe Vale, you've said, have had runs in patches. Times where it may not have worked as well, but the run-in is where you make your mark. The run-in is where you make your claim and your statement for next season. As Newen goes down, no foul given. Bezadpour and Dawood are continuing. It's Armand Dawood, Alison Lima in the way. Carlton Hart corner, but Michael Newen has stayed down behind play. Took a rather heavy hit from a charging Behrad Bezadpour. Was hot on the press as Michael Newen protests his case to the referees. But Reece Antarisi side of their first corner of the night. Armand Dawood's take, flicked it all the way out to Shaban Rajab, who got under it. Couldn't quite get it down. It was an enticing loft from Dawood to pick him out. There's Newen, who's back on his feet. Finds Evangelista. Tried to clip one down the line for Kevin Lamb. Turan claim, didn't get there. Alison Lima via Shaban Rajab on the line. Rolls in, rattles in. Pascoe Vale's opener. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 8, Alison Lima. Well taken goal at the end of a move that Matt Turan will wish he could have over again. He'll be scratching his head. Didn't get enough of a touch on it, and Pascoe Vale currently are on their way for a second. Turan again with a touch. It's spilled in for a quick fire double, and this time it is Kevin Lamb who rolls it in and fires Pascoe Vale into an early 2-0 lead. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 19, Kevin Lamb. Turan caught on the first, spilled on the second. And Pascoe Vale right now have pounced early. Matter of seconds between goal 1 and 2, and Evangelista is looking to inflict more pain. Increase it on a duo of Pascoe Vale hits inside our opening 5 minutes. Lima couldn't get his shot right. Newen turned and then got it fortuitously. Lima back out for Evangelista. Looks to work his way inside, tried to fizz it into Newen's feet. LaRocca in the way. Another Pascoe Vale corner. Evangelista, Newen was a little bit behind him, but he made it work. Lamb, back with Michael Newen. Worked it left for Lima. Thought about going at Dawood, chose Newen instead. Clipped it down the line, Evangelista, quick 1-2. Newen had it open up, gave it to Lima, who gave it back to him. Michael Newen, that is a brilliant finish. A super way to treble Pascoe Vale's advantage early. And Reece Antarisi will be calling timeout after that. Michael Newen buried that opportunity into the top corner. A reshuffle needed for Carlton Hart, a new tactical way of thinking. Our first time out of the night sees Carlton Hart 0, Pascoe Vale 3.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. Finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No? They know that, we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is.
We return from timeout. Carlton Hart kickoff. They are 3-0 down in a matter of minutes to Pascoe Vale. In a game that they must try. They must really make an effort to get something from. The fate of their season, the fate of their status in SFV depends on it at this stage as the Chachis and co. Happy to have a bit of a reshuffle. Andre Caro and Joaquin Jimenez introduced. Rajab challenged the latter. DeWood nearly sold him short. Couldn't clip it around Lima. Now Andre Caro has it for Nguyen. Lima smashing touch. Caro took it on himself and found the side netting. They are in the groove already tonight, Pascoe Vale. As Gluak clips it for Mew, who took it down, tried to just fire a shot away at Abdallah. Nguyen, as Rajab slided in, but the contact from Mew's press will result in a free kick. Taken quickly for Michael Nguyen. Caro, Lima. Nguyen again. Worked it wide for Caro. Down the line for Jimenez. Duran came a long way from home. This time got his angles right. And he had to do just that. Good bit of goalkeeping from the man in between the sticks for Carlton Heart. As we've had a stop in play. Because if I'm not mistaken, Sinan Gluak needs to put on a pair of shin pads. Jimenez in the meantime for Caro. Nguyen hustled, went all the way home. Abdallah. Arrival from Fitzroy. We've yet to see much of him in Pascoe Vale colours because of injury. But how good it is to see him back fully fit, back in the lineup. And contributing in their run home. Nguyen's giveaway for Mew. Tried to give it to DeWood. Caro was quickly on the scene. Rajab mopped it up. DeWood once again. Now Mew. Rajab. DeWood. Down the line for Rajab. Opened up for him. Nguyen in the way. Carlton Heart corner. Their second of the night. The first was lifted to the back post. This time tried to go to the near post. Nguyen cut it out. Tried to give it inside to Lima. Gluak put himself between Michael Nguyen and the ball. It will be a Pascoe Vale free kick. Jimenez for Chavanard. Now Caro. Pascoe Vale in the mood. Jimenez is dummy. Maybe just surprised on a little bit. Took a touch out of play. It's Gluak's quick take. DeWood. Back with Gluak. Pascoe Vale pressing high. Mew. Gluak. Armand DeWood tried to skip his way beyond Jimenez. Hit the ground. Appeals waved away. So Andre Caro takes it in from the side. Nguyen. Back for Caro again. Space has opened up in behind for Arnu. Made a darting run. Caro chose to keep it calm. Nguyen now. They work it forward. Jaram got a save. Arndt deflected it in, but a free kick's been given for handball. Desperately unlucky for Chavanard. He did not know a lot about it. Duran palmed it, and it just sort of bounced up and into him. There was not a lot he could do, and Mazen Abdallah has gone into the book down the other end. There's Gluak. Takes it quickly for DeWood. Deflected. Out for the keeper's ball in the end as Caro is the recipient. On Jimenez. Chavanard continue those darting runs into the channel again. Nguyen. Joaquin Jimenez for Caro. You just wonder if if it opened up enough and they clipped it in behind as Michael Nguyen goes down. Ollie Mew with a bit more of a tug. It will be another Pascoe Vale free kick. Michael Newen certainly in for a little bit of close marking. Hart up to 3 fouls. They might just need to be a bit careful. There's a lot of time left in this first half. Best part of 14 minutes. Newen's quick take for on. It's to face with LaRocca. Now Caro. Back with Chavinon. Newen. Pascoe Vale were trying to stretch the court. They're now just keeping numbers around. Newen tried to thread it through. Inventive. First time somebody's obliged an on run. It was cut out well, but they start again with Abdallah. Caro. And Michael Newen. Him and Caro just keep it ticking over. On. Switches wide for Jimenez. Thought about the ball inside. Decided to return home. Pascoe Vale exercising patience. Wanting to be as precise as possible. To try and extend that advantage. And maybe the curse of the commentator, Michael Newen, could only find touch with that little clip round the corner. It's Rajab for Mew. Tried to hit the feet of Medina, who just drifted back too early and loses out as a result. It's Jimenez for Caro. Pascoe Vale have been buoyant in this first 7 minutes. Already a treble to the good as Arn slipped it through somebody's legs. Couldn't find Jimenez, but for Carlton Hart, a first win a fortnight ago. At the moment, it feels a long time since then. And it just goes to show you that the road from base camp up this league's mountain is perilous, it is tricky, it is fraught with ice shelves, it's fraught with danger. And you cannot afford to slip, you cannot afford to put yourself in a position where anything may be lost or anything may be questioned. And at the moment, they're trying to continue that momentum. They go 3-on-1 against Caro. Newen for Jimenez. Short of options, pressed well. Carlton Hart ball executed that perfectly as well to keep it. Medina in a hurry to find Mew. Now Shaban Rajab. Tried to clip it inside for Medina. Jimenez stuck a foot in. Newen rolled it back for Caro, who sold Wild Jareen short. And a slip and a stumble was a touch unfortunate, but it's a free kick. First introduction to series futsal for Samuel Weatherspoon. Over from Canberra in the ACT. Carlton Hart's number 21 this evening. Made the journey down to Victoria for tonight's entanglement. Can he provide this side a spark and a way back in? Rajab tried to drill it to him immediately. Newen is leading the break. They were momentarily 3-on-2. Caro tried to stab it in the path of Wild Jareen. Rajab from Weatherspoon deflected it off Caro and won a corner. Jab, LaRocca near post. Newen cut it out. Then tried to clip one into Caro's path. Just trickled out of play. Hart quick to restart. Weatherspoon. Rajab. Lovely ball to find LaRocca. Touch too heavy. Jimenez clipped it back to Abdallah, who tried to loft it long for Newen. Charam alert to the danger. Quickly off his line to cut out. Rajab, Mew, lovely move. Weatherspoon. Rajab made it work at the back post. Wild Jareen in the way. Caro to clear. Newen can now lead the break. He has Wild Jareen alongside him. Michael Newen goes alone. And Duran palms over at the expense of a corner. But that is how quickly the picture can change. Carlton Hart an effort of their own at one end. Then retreating, rallying to stop a Pascoe Vale counter-attack. Newen's corner for Lima. Now Wild Jareen. Back back with Alison Lima. Well, Jarin hustled by Rajab. They're 2-on-2. Muse in the middle. Rajab rolled it to him. That is superb defending. Brilliant touch to only give away a corner. That could have been an avenue back in. It could have been a light, a bit of interest for Carlton Hart. Instead, La Rocca's effort from the resulting corner is stabbed into the near post. Abdallah for Evangelista. Now Alison Lima. Jimenez. Evangelista. Tried that reverse ball. Mew was alert to it. Jimenez recovered it. Evangelista. It's it wide for Jimenez. Back indoors, these two having their own private game at the moment. Alison Lima now comes to join the party. Jimenez. Evangelista. Wanted it urgently. Jimenez was in a spot of bother and turned away from La Rocca. Did just enough. Evangelista. Again tried to fire it into Al Jarin. This time happy for it to roll back to Abdallah. Lima. Evangelista again, while Jarin making those darting runs every time. Jimenez gives it away and then left one on Dawood. Mew rolled it to La Rocca. The block was made. Dawood with a ball roll, tried to skip round. Did keep it. And it'll be a Carlton Hart side ball. Berad Bezadpour's just made his way back on court, immediately involved. Shifted it beyond Well Jarin. Important block made by Jimenez, and Evangelista happy to clear his lines. Pascoe just getting the bodies in the way at the right time to preserve that clean sheet at the moment. Hart knocking on the door. La Rocca, who had his pocket picked. Kevin Lamb can go alone. Tried to fire it into the top corner. But again could only find the side netting. Had it been on target, Thuram had shifted his weight. Instead, the keeper will be the one to take it. Dawood, Bezadpour. Trying to twist and turn. Bezadpour's done wonderfully well. Gave it to Weatherspoon. La Rocca got up. His header just flicked over the bar. Another chance for Carlton Hart to land a goal back since that timeout. They have well and truly come back into this game as Lima split the lines for Well Jarin, who turned outside of Dawood. Bezadpour came in support. They worked it out well, and Well Jarin, in retreat and in frustration, gives away a free kick. All of a sudden, both sides now just need to become aware of that foul counter. On a little bit of a tightrope, giving away a set-piece chance. At any point in this game, could have the opportunity to change its dynamic. La Rocca tried to fire it into Bezadpour. Instead, it will just trickle out of play. Abdallah looks to launch it long. Lima went out the back. Weatherspoon took no chances, flicked it behind, gave away a corner. But it could have been worse. Lima was launching forward, ready to get on the end of it. And then tried to fizz his corner into the area. Weatherspoon did his job. Kept himself in the way. They'll reload to do it all over again. Lamb near post. Well, Jarin round the back. Evangelista being a nuisance in the area. Lamb couldn't get it beyond Bezadpour, who waited it wonderfully for La Rocca, while Jarin did just enough without giving away a foul. Pascoe were nearly able to break, but his ball into Evangelista couldn't find feet. And Hart will reset it again from the side with Dawood. Quickly on for Gluak. Dawood again. Has Evangelista to beat while Jarin tried to close the angle. Gluak Wanted to give it back to him. Kevin Lamb got up. Well, Jarin's touchdown. Evangelista saw the opening but couldn't get it under to go beyond. Will be yet another side ball. Shabar and Rajab down the line. Gluak lost out on it to Arn. Lamb, that's a brilliant ball. Chavanon's on his way. That is a super, super Pascoe Vale goal. Brilliant, simply brilliant from Kevin Lamb. And Chavanon kept his composure to finish in cool style. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 18, Shavin Arn. Cool finish for a fourth that they've been knocking on the door for on the break. And Evangelista and Arn are now looking to make it 5. Brilliant pirouette from Evangelista who got it back. Durant didn't know where it was. Felipe Evangelista tried to keep it alive. Ollie Mew now leads the charge on the other way. Gluak to the back post. Abdallah made a smart save. Gluak was the decoy. Mew lashed it towards goal. And Mazen Abdallah happy to palm it over. Corner taken out to Gluak. Rajab tried to fizz it to Dawood. Lamb, that's another unbelievable pass. On couldn't finish this time. The second attempt into Duram 2. As we have a bit of calm for Matt Duram, who might have worn one. Gluak. Those were two scintillating, simply scintillating balls from Kevin Lamb. Just split Carlton Hart wide open, and Dawood is trying to tug back Evangelista, who went. The rainbow flick would not have counted. But Armand Dawood goes into the book as a result. 4 fouls apiece in this first half. And Armand Dawood, who will be seeing plenty of action in the second half, is now on a tightrope. Two over it. Kevin Lamb, Felipe Evangelista. Duram has his wall set. Lima and Arn looking to cause chaos. Lamb dummied it. Evangelista gave it a lash to Wood off the line, and Gluak cleared it away. Pascoe Vale from the side. Taken quickly. Arn for Evangelista. Oh, through the legs of Mew. Beyond Gluak. Felipe Evangelista. Wasn't far away from a special goal. There's Rajab. It's Carlton Hart going the other way. Tried to fire one into Mew. Gave a smart run. Abdallah went long. Rajab cut it out. To Wood and Arn had a clash. Are coming together, and it's a Carlton Hart ball. Taken quickly for the Wood. Couldn't fizz it into Rajab. Tried the switch. Pascoe Vale to reload as Evangelista makes way for Michael Newen. Still plenty of time left in this opening half. There's Newen for Lamb. Arn wanted it fizz to feet. Lamb then tried to give it to him. Rajab came away with it. Newen made the block. Lima gave it him back. Cleared only as far as Dawood. Gluak. Dawood back for him. Rajab. Armand Dawood couldn't turn it in. Carlton Hart's best move of this first half. He worked it well to get it wide to Rajab. Fizzed it into a dangerous area, but Lamb and Lima were nearly on their way at the other end. Arn gave it back for Kevin Lamb. Newen. Him and Lamb tried to work it out. They ran out of room before doing so. Carlton Hart ball again. Mew for the Wood. Rolled it for Rajab. Mew. Couldn't get beyond Arn. Dawood made it work. Now Rajab. Lovely ball into Gluak. Dawood Back for Gluak. Thought about the shot. Mew got in the way. Lamb stuck a leg out. Got the poke. Arna's two arriving at the back stick. Deflected and in. Cruel. So cruel on Shabar Rajab. But it is a Pascoe Vale 5th. Two arriving at the back post weren't needed. Ever so unfortunate for Rajab. Tried to commit to block the cross, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the Lions right now have truly roared their way into a position of dominance in this first half. It's to Wood, that's a lovely loft. Mew, Abdallah came and didn't get there. Carlton Hart won a penalty. Appeals waved away. Lamb had Caro, he had Newen who tried to roll it to him and Medina cut it out. Those in white will still wonder why they haven't been awarded a spot kick. Newen, Lamb drilled it, Jerram got a touch. Pascoe Vale corner. Arns take all the way out for Andre Caro. Carlton Hart free kick. Bit of a scramble. Michael Newen wanted to make his case heard. And that will be Pascoe Vale's 5th. 5 goals and now 5 fouls in this first half, with just about 5 minutes remaining. They're on a little bit of a tightrope. With the control they have on it, the last thing they want to do is afford Carlton Hart a goal back. Just an opening. They've pounced on their prey so far. They cannot let up now. There's Arn. Andre Caro. Lamb. Switch for Newen, who has DeWood to beat. Lamb's looking to go on the overlap. Newen thought about the hold-up. Gave it to Caro. Now Lamb. Medina trying to be a nuisance, left the foot in. Pascoe Vale free kick, Carlton Hart's 5th foul. Neither can dangle a leg now. Neither can leave one on the other. And Carlton Hart can ill afford a 6th. It will be Lamb's take. He looks to whip it, and Jerram got a touch onto the bar. Super save as that was travelling directly for the top corner from Kevin Lamb. Matt Jerram, that's a brilliant save. Came through bodies, saw it late, got enough of a touch. Lamb for Newen, who had a stab. Jerram this time sprawled himself but didn't need to make contact. Took his role quickly for Mew. Momentarily 3-on-3 as Weatherspoon bombed forward. Arn's now going to go the other way. Had 2 alongside him. Arn went alone. Flashed it over the bar. DeWood. Lofted for LaRocca. Touch too heavy. Lamb mopped it up. Nearly gave it away. Newen made it work. Lamb switched for Caro. Now Newen. Hart went the press, then stood off. Switch for Caro. Quickly for Arn. Newen. Lamb. Thought about touchline, shifted it back. Arn switch for Newen. Tried to fashion an angle, wanted to roll it for Caro. Did well to keep it in the end. Challenge off Medina, Pascoe Vale ball. Quickly for Jimenez, who's just come back on. Caro again. Newen. Quick 1-2. Arn. Tried to thread it back through. Medina, wonderful ball. Weatherspoon on the break. Thought he had a runner when he should have gone alone. It opened up for him. And for Carlton Hart, that is a golden look toward the end of this first half to try and land their way with a foothold in this game, with something in this game. And Weatherspoon, when he should have shot, thought he had runners as Abdallah lobbed for Jimenez. Newen. Caro quickly wanted to go inside. Medina dived in with him. Clean challenge, Carlton Hart keep it. Weatherspoon quickly to take for Dawood. Face to face with Newen on the press. Weatherspoon gave it back to him. Dawood tried to dance beyond Caro. Medina wanted to barge his way through. But again, they run out of room. It's Jimenez. Caro. Lima down the line. Newen tried to take it down, just ran out of room. Pascovel getting inventive in the search for a sick. And on the stroke of half time, it would cap a first half where they've been dominant. Created chances aplenty. Taken a whole handful of them so far. And they are still in the mood for more. Lima, Caro, Newen. Jimenez down the line. Duran thought about going. Dawood cut the out ball back, but they keep it. Jimenez quickly, Michael Newen. Just well weighted, Lima couldn't get it under. LaRocca tried to dance beyond two and then fouled Allison Lima, did he? Delayed whistle. Waited on the advantage, but that opportunity for a sixth will now come. Carlton Hart, having already committed 5 fouls, now exceed that limit. And is a sixth foul about to bring about a sixth Pascovel goal. Michael Newen for his second against Matt Duran. Newen rolls it in. With conviction, with certainty. And how special the first 5 have been. It is a cooler, calm and collected sixth. Goal scorer for Pascovel, number 5, Michael Newen. Newen rolled it in. Carlton Hart get one back immediately at the other end. Bezapour flashed it across the face. LaRocca was lurking to turn it in. Clean sheet blemished and they have one back. Goal scorer for Carlton Hart, number 22, Alex LaRocca. Pascovel want to make it 7, want to re-establish that 6-goal cushion. Caro and Newen do battle, both with Shaban Rajab. For Alex LaRocca, he's got one, but Pascovel a 3-on-2. Jimenez went alone and clattered it against the post. Just opened up for him. Both Hart defenders went to grab the flankers, and Jimenez went on his own. Duran beaten all ends up. As Weatherspoon tried to give it to Rajab. LaRocca came away with it, fired it on Abdallah, who made a smart save. Rajab and Jimenez tangling. Caro worked it out for Newen. That's a beautiful ball back. Andre Caro's on his way. Read the chip and hit the bar. The doctor nearly went showtime. As at the other end, Bezapour, Rajab into Jimenez. Tried to clip it round the corner. Carlton Hart keep it, but that was nearly some of the deftest futsal you will see from Pascovel. Michael Newen's touch measured. Caro charged forward, went the chip. clipped it against the bar. Can't say it crashed it, it was done with so much poise. Hard to survive another scare. Bezadpour, La Rocca. Tried to dance beyond Jimenez. Inside the final 90 seconds of an entertaining first half. Michael Newman's not done yet. Tried to find Jimenez and did beautifully. La Rocca with him all the way. As Pascoe Vale want to and do issue a timeout just before half-time. They do have it from the side when we come back. They've been in imperious form so far, and timeout, sorry, close to half-time. It's Carlton Heart 1, Pascoe Vale 6.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. Finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No? They know that, we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup.
As we return from timeout on the brink of half-time, Pascoe Vale have a side ball to try and add a seventh to round out an imperious first half. Andre Caro's in the mood for it. Turan made a good save. Got across well, that was travelling. Took no risks and pushed it away for a corner. Lima to take for Caro. Newen. Hard go on the press. Caro calmly down the line. Lima wants to turn Gluak, who stuck a leg out. Alison Lima has to be careful not to foul. Both teams already on 5. Carlton Heart have already exceeded that number to their own detriment. As Mew for DeWood. Can they take one for the break? Harmon DeWood certainly wants to have a drive. Lima in the way to block. Taken quickly. DeWood once again. Lovely ball. Weatherspoon tried to turn it in. Sort of took it on the half turn. Instead of having a shot, tried to divert it with the pace it had. Goalwood as Abdallah for Newham, who masterfully took it down. Masterfully clipped it to Al Charin. And DeWood had to clear for a corner, but Michael Newham with another metronomic ball. Another creative clip. Only rather scuffed. Gluak switched it for DeWood. They could be on the break. DeWood with a drive, that was going in. And Mazen Abdallah got down well to palm it away. Abdallah alert. Despite a relatively quiet first half. Corner taken quickly. Gluak to have a drive. Another Abdallah save. Another Carlton Heart corner. Brink of half-time. Taken out. DeWood tried to whip one towards the top corner, but Oliver Mew has given away another opportunity. Grappled with Alison Lima and has now given Pascoe Vale the opportunity to add a seventh. Seconds before half-time. Lima with one of the final acts of this first half. Against Duram. Rolls it wide. rolls it wide. A big chance for a Pascoe Vale 7th. Stepped up calmly. Couldn't apply the finishing touch. Would have, may not matter. Well, trying to have a go. Crashes it against the back of the goal. This Newman just sliced hard open again. Talk about Pascoe Vale having a doctor in their team. Michael Newman certainly been a surgeon in this first half, as that was the final knocking of it. A half in which the Lions have roared. They pounced on Carlton Heart in the early minutes and have not let up since then. Half-time in Darabin. It is Carlton Heart 1, Pascoe Vale 6.
เสียละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
So we return from timeouts in a half-time in a matter of moments in Darabin. First half of Pascoe Vale domination. They lead Carlton Heart by 6-1. And for the time being, at least, until later tonight, they jump to second in the table as it stands. Fitzroy will have their chance to return serve in the late kickoff. But for now, things, as far as the Lions are concerned, are looking up for Carlton Heart. They must try to find a way to salvage something from this game, as They've caught Pascoe Vale on a night where they're in the mood. And Hearts, similar to how they were last week against Western United, were caught out early. Despite a good 2 or 3 minute patch, haven't taken control since then, as Lamb has threaded one in beautifully to Felipe Evangelista. Superb from Kevin Lamb. And it is the perfect start to the second half for Pascoe Vale. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 14, Felipe Evangelista. Brilliant, just brilliant as Evangelista flashes one at his own keeper. Nearly a goal at both ends for Pascoe Vale's number 14. LaRocca took a heavy touch. Abdallah wanted to go for Arn. Medina cut it out. Onimir on a poke. Carlton Ard have one back just as quickly as Pascoe Vale landed the second half's first blow. Goal scorer for Carlton Hearts, number 2, Ollie Mew. Wonderfully taken when it opened up for him. Hart happy with a quick response as Medina and Evangelista try to turn him after a bit of a tussle. Medina's ball in, only as far as Lamb, who clipped it straight away into Jimenez. Hustled by 2, LaRocca, Medina. Mew made it work. So we thought he ran out of room in the process. Chavanard from the side in the early minutes of the second half of the early kickoff. There's Lamb in for Jimenez, had all 4 Carlton Arts shirts around him. Rajab stabbed. LaRocca tried to twist and turn. Evangelista won it in. Jimenez now leads the break. Lamb had Evangelista central, slipped it through the legs of Mew, but Duran was quickly off his line. Flung it for Medina, won it down for LaRocca. His shot of fresh air in the end. Arn tried to play it Evangelista. Rajab gave it back to Chavanard, who danced his way beyond Medina. On at a drive. Jaram sorted his feet out in the nick of time. Mew sold Medina short. Lamb on the march. Had Jimenez went alone. Took a deflection. Pascoe Vale corner. Lamb's take all the way out for Evangelista. Rolled it into Jimenez, tried to get the touchdown. Lamb still hot on the press. Medina switching for the wood. Kept it in play wonderfully well. Mew for Medina, who couldn't get it under his feet. Was another chance. Carlton Art are making things happen. Oliver Mew's been a bright spark in this second half, already has a goal and has looked lively. A few nice touches and that ball to the back stick, one of them. Medina couldn't oblige him with the finish, but it's chances like that for Hart that if they continue to create one, someone will be on the end of it to turn in. And we saw when these two faced the first time this season as Jimenez skips beyond wonderfully, rolled it for Arm with too much fizz. But when these two met for the first time this season, it became a bit of a shootout. It did finish 16-8 to Pascoe Vale. And they were in rather domineering touch in the first half as Lamb slipped it for Newen. DeWood had to fling a leg out, nearly turned it into his own net, gave away a corner. Newen to take. All the way out for Lamb. Jimenez. Kevin Lamb signalled the switch immediately, couldn't take it down. It's Mew for Rajab. What can he conjure? Dawood. Couldn't give it back to him. The Pasco Vale press. Going high, going strong. Chavanel side ball. Tried to clip it into Lamb. Bezadpour read it. On for Newen. Abdallah. Lofted long towards Lamb. Rajab cut it out. And Shaban Rajab is now gliding his way through. Tried to go beyond them all. Tried to go through the legs of Michael Newen. Has to settle for a side ball in the end. Wood gave him an early run. Muse at the back post went the volley. Hooked it high and over. There's an Abdallah. It's a roll it for Michael Newen. Saw Jaram off his line and nearly scored the spectacular. Michael Newen nearly caught Matt Jaram. And nearly scored one of the goals of the season. Instead it shifted wide. On for Newen this time. Tried to go acrobatical but caught Mew. And this time Carlton Hart will have a free kick. Thought about an acrobatic effort. It's Mew's free kick. Dawood. Back for Mew again, just down the line. Dawood. Went beyond on, slowed him up, gave away a free kick. Abdallah sets the wall. Newen the single man in it. Dawood tried to curl it. Abdallah claims coolly. Rolled it for on. Newen. Tried to return the favour with a smashing switch. On wanted to skip inside. Mew made the challenge. Side ball again. Lamb. On. For Joaquin Jimenez. Beyond Weatherspoon, Newen hustled by Dawood, who came away with it and still had Newen for company. Dawood went down. Hard appeals waved away. Lamb on the charge, challenged by Bezadpour. Dawood has his opportunity and rolls in another one. A coolly taken finish from Armand Dawood. And Carlton Hart chip another one away. Goal scorer for Carlton Hart, number 7, Armand Dawood. Took it well as Jarvis Chin is called in for his first action of the evening. Mazen Abdallah makes way. Chavanel wants to add an 8th. Stem a bit of flow. Arn's effort into the side netting. Jaram flung it long. Bezadpour nodded it for Mew. Weatherspoon tried to give it back to him. Michael Newen read the situation. Ollie Mew dragged him to the floor. And for that challenge, will go into the book. Someone who's had such a positive second half, Carlton Hart cannot afford him to get sent off if they are to try and make a challenge of this final quarter of an hour. Caro lofted it for Arn. Bezadpour cut it out. And Berat Bezadpour is on the charge. Thought about the ball wide, had the drive. Caro made the block. Bezadpour. Chin claimed. Tried to clip it to the back post. Caro. Evangelista. Andre Caro again. Newen lofted it long wonderfully. Arn tried to nod it centrally. Jaram off his line. But Michael Newen's range has been picture perfect so far. Mew for Dawood. Down the other end. Newen stuck a leg out. Carlton Hart corner. The range of passing he's been able to exude and been able to showcase tonight has been simply brilliant from Michael Newen, a man well and truly in the MVP hunt this season. He is staking his claim right now. It's Carlton Harder trying to stake their claim for a comeback. Bezad pulls up a dupper, nearly turned assist. Mew attempted a flick as Alison Lima comes on for on. And Newen. Evangelista. Caro tried to clip it round the corner. DeWood on the press. Pascovels from the side. Caro. Newen. Tried to go down the line for Lima. Mentioned that we're in the run-in. Such an important time of this season. Second place is on the line. Even that bottom position that Hart currently occupy is still open to change. It is only 3 points the difference between them and Aku. And a win for Hart in any of their remaining games is obviously a must and obviously would change the dynamic. But if it were to come sooner rather than later, it would make that matchup against Melbourne Aku a massive one. But Andre Caro's looking to make sure tonight is not that night. He wanted a corner. The officials think Jerram didn't quite get a touch. He flung it out for LaRocca. Bezapur. Rajab. Weatherspoon. Took a heavy touch and ran out of room. But for Hart, it all comes down to that penultimate match day. Their fate, if results don't go their way, could be sealed by then. It could still be all open to play for, or they could be in the driver's seat. You truly never know how this table might play out. As Evangelista rolls it for Lima, tried to give it back to him. They wanted to walk it in. Lima got inventive when he could have had a drive. And Jerram will reclaim. Rajab flicked it, weighted it well. LaRocca tried to cut it back. Lima got in the way. But round 20, penultimate game of the season, is Hart's last game of the season, so all will be on that line. If things stay as they are, it may not be enough to just win that game. And Caro is gallivanting forward, rolled it for Evangelista. Gluak got a touch. Rajab mopped it up. Evangelista then dived in. Shaban Rajab's going beyond all of them. Tried to clip it to LaRocca. Jin flung a leg at it. LaRocca got a touch. Gluak on the drive. Evangelista in the way. Jerram gathers quickly for Weatherspoon. LaRocca. Still trying to find a way to the left and right of Alison Lima. Nothing was doing. Pascovels captain. Sees it out of play. Evangelista. Rajab timed the challenge well. Jin gathered, lofted. Went for Lima. LaRocca won it. Rajab had a poke. Newen the beneficiary. Rajab flung a leg out. Michael Newen has 2-on-1. Gave it to Lima, who chested it down. Had two to beat and flashed it across the face. Nearly found Newen at the back post, who would have turned in a tap-in. But Pascoe are still prowling. They're still prying their way for another goal. And Evangelista is now leading a 3-on-2 break. Rajab gave it away. Evangelista drilled it toward the near post, but not near enough to trouble Matt Jerram. It's Mew. Threaded it for Gluak. DeWood. Tried to loft it. Lamb got up. Caro. Newen was lurking. He tried to clip him in for a one-on-one. Wood cut it out. Caro for Lamb. Back with Andre Caro. Newen. Those two having their own game of 1-2. Mew nearly picked his pocket. Jim went long. Lima, lovely flick. Nguyen didn't quite sort his feet out to catch it clean enough. Jaram tried to loft, but in the end just flung it down to the other end. And flung it out for a side ball as Jarvis Jin ventures out of his net. Lam, that's skipping inside of La Rocca, gave it away. Mew couldn't turn it goalwards. Lima cleared his lines. Taken quickly, Dawood. Gluak. Mew. Once again, can't go beyond Kevin Lam. Who himself is having some night, he's having some season. A lot of plaudits for Michael Nguyen in this side, and deservedly so, but Kevin Lam is loving life in the Lions' Den. He has taken wonderfully well to Pascoe Vale, playing some of his best futsal. Some of that has been showcased tonight. Dawood tried to clip it for La Rocca, who just went a touch early. Be Lima's ball in from the side. Quickly for Nguyen, who's dummy for Lam. Searing switch, speared it out towards Lima. Just a touch too much pace on it for either of the two Pascoe Vale players who were piercing forward. Jaram, pocket picked. Lima, Nguyen rolls it in. Hat-trick hunting, hat-trick getting is Michael Nguyen. And Pascoe Vale, having been put under a little bit of Carlton Hart pressure, find that all-important 8th. Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 5, Michael Nguyen. And it may be about to be 9. Jaram called into action. Lima the second time, flashed it across the face. Will be a corner. Nguyen on the loft. Lam on the volley. Jaram just flung a leg out. Didn't get clear sight, didn't get clear set. Did enough to make the save. Lima for Caro. Alison Lima just about kept that in. Caro, Nguyen. Dawood clipped at his heels. Caro, Jin. Who took a bit more time before flinging it clear. Recent Charisi wants a timeout after that long, and he will be gifted with such a thing. Timeouts here in Darabin. In the early kickoff, it is Carlton Hart 3, Pascoe Vale 8. Welcome back from timeout once again. Pascoe Vale about to leave their huddle. Carlton Hart already back out on court. Still over 10 minutes to go. Still time for goals to be salvaged, for goals to be scored, as Bezadpour is looking to get in the groove straight away. Tussle with Caro, couldn't get round. Jin finds him immediately. On. Tried to give it back to Caro. Bezadpour rolled it for Weatherspoon, who couldn't pick it up. Jimenez for Nguyen down the other end, who's all on his own. Rolled it for On, who's arriving. Duran got down and pushed it away for a corner. Quickly taken by On. DeWood flung a leg out. Pascoval side ball. Black Army warming up behind play. They are next up against Western United in a massive, massive game. New South Wales contingent have made their way down once again and are looking to inflict some pain on Western United's second place push. For United, that hunt is still on, and there is some jeopardy in it for Hume. They must win tonight if they want to keep the hopes of a top 4 finish mathematically alive, at least. For United, a point is enough, as On for Nguyen. Jin's on the switch and should add a goal just to give the outball. Kept it calm down the line for Jimenez, and it's now 3-on-2. Caro one post, on the other. He goes for Andre Caro, rolled it for Chavinon, who couldn't turn it in. Was nearly brilliant. Jimenez hasn't given up on it. On might get another go. Twisting, turning, this time hitting Rajab. And Joaquin Jimenez has rolled it out of play as Shaban Rajab has stayed down. Shaban Rajab being tended to. Down on court at the moment. Someone who came back from a long string of injuries. Do hope it's nothing serious. But as he tends and we need somebody to come to him, we will cross to a break, as we don't want Shaban Rajab to have that camera on him for too long.
Futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Cup.
Shaban Rajab off court, being tended to. It's a hefty shot that he wore, and we do hope that he's okay. That is not something you want to see. That is not something that is good at all. I will give you an update when I know something. In the meantime, Mew gives it back to Caro. Who in turn finds Jimenez. On. Twisting, turning, wonderful turn of pace, couldn't get it to Nguyen. Cleared away, Weatherspoon tried to keep it in, ran out of room, and they'll reload again. Chavinon Jimenez, Caro. Clipped it for Jimenez, took a heavy touch and then bundled into Bezadpour. Dawood. Mew. Here is Bezadpour. Dawood, lovely lofting 1-2. Weatherspoon, inventive. Dawood trying to clip it wide. Mew didn't give the run. Pascoe side ball. As Newen takes, Caro. Tries to go the long way. For Duran, we saw Michael Newen give it a real go earlier when he spotted Duran off his line. Carlton Art keeper more stable to it this time as Jin. Caro. Jimenez tried to turn down the line. Nearly did wonderfully well. It just trickles out in the end. Duran for Bezadpour. Surrounded by Lions. Jimenez skipped inside the wood. Has options left and right. Caro was the one trying to turn it in. Jimenez on the volley on the follow-up. Could only divert it over. Duran. Quickly roll it for Dawood and Mew. Weatherspoon, lovely 1-2. Well-timed challenge by Arn, who's got Jimenez for company. Arn might go alone this time, and again flashes it wide. Kevin Lamb's up in the fly keeper kit. Could be a final period of fifth man for Pascoe Vale. It's Weatherspoon. He hooks it into Jin's palms. Arn, Jimenez. Waited on Newen. Jimenez once again. Trey Caro. Being level on points with Fitzroy for Pascoe Vale. At this stage in the season, that door to a second place finish is well and truly open. Of course, a points improvement is still progress. However, the main thing that comes up first is the league table. A goal difference right now is of massive importance to them. To see what ground they can make up before their next meeting with Fitzroy as Caro slid it in for Newen. Duran made the first save, but Michael Newen followed it in to finish off yet another lovely, lovely move.
Goal scorer for Pascoe Vale, number 5, Michael Newen.
Kept his cool, collected the second ball, fired it in with conviction for his 4th of the evening. How was the clip from Caro to find him? Wonderful Pascoe Vale futsal. As Jin tried to fire it for Newen again. La Rocca, Weatherspoon, Jimenez cut it out. Newen is all on his own for double digits. Duran made a big save. Big, big save. From Matt Duran. And it'll be a side ball. Taken quickly. Caro, Newen. Caro lurking. La Rocca stabbing. Corner. Taken all the way out to Jimenez. Caro. Jimenez once again. If they were to find a 10th, it would be the 9th time this season. The Carlton Art are on the wrong end of a double-digit scoreline. It's Caro. Newen, who's certainly in the mood to make that statistic a reality. Caro clipped it into Jimenez, tried to roll it for Newen, who nearly made it work. Gluak. La Rocca. Can they grab something? Dawood. Gluak. La Rocca. Twisting, turning. Nearly got around Newen, who saw it home to Jin. He flung it long for Waljarine, who couldn't quite get there. Let's roll out for Dawood. Fizzed it into Weatherspoon. Gave it away to Newen. Caro. Jimenez. Caro just waited on the runners. Newen. Caro again. He's drawing Carlton Hart in to try and clip their way over the top. Newen tried to find Wild Jarry. Dawood won the header. Will be a Pascoe Vale side ball. As Hearts have shown more promise. They've shown more glimpses than they did last week. But they are facing a Pascoe Vale team in pursuit of second. In a red-hot pursuit of second. Well, Jarin will take it from the side. Pascoe Vale have got just over 6 minutes to try and find a 10th. Carlton Hart, just over 6 minutes to try and make a game of it. If not, to grab a couple of consolations. Good roll by Gluak. La Rocca ran into trouble. Jimenez first on it. Duran made the save. Jimenez kept it alive. Turned away from Dawood. Rolled it for Wild Jarin, and somehow it doesn't find the net. Great move. Another precise Pascoe Vale move. Jimenez rolled it back. Well, Jarry must have thought he scored. Just got too much under it as Caro clips for Jimenez. Newen had options to turn and fire. Michael Newen's throwback seems to have incensed Shaban Rajab. And for those words, we'll go into the book. Truly never a dull moment in Darabin. Shaban Rajab, yellow card. Took particular offence to Michael Newen's loft back to Duran, and we're back underway. Dawood hit the ground. Pascoe Vale will be able to take it in from the side. Newen trying to work it tightly down the line for Wild Jarry. Who ran out of room. Gluak quickly taken down the line. La Rocca took that under well. Away from Caro, cut it back for Dawood. Flicked it beyond Wild Jarry. Gluak took charge of the situation. Jarvis Jin got down, made a smart save. Dawood on the rebound. Gave it to Weatherspoon, who rolled it into the side netting. It's another look for them to get an avenue back into this game, as every goal that they limit from the goal difference, every goal that they claw back, could be huge come the end of the season if they are to find something. But Jimenez for Wild Jarry on the other end. Duran with another save. Caro went the chip. Gluak chested it down ever so coolly off the line and hooked it away. As Aidan Chachi and Pascoe Vale issue timeout in complete control of proceedings. Just under 5 minutes remain as we cross the timeout. It is Carlton Hart 3, Pascoe Vale 9.
ในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Like feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding round in a benzo. Ready to I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
So we return from timeout here in Darebin. Pascoe Vale in complete and utter control. They will momentarily move second for a few hours at least before Fitzroy take to court in the late kickoff. But for now it is how many can Carlton Hart claw back? How many can the Lions add on? Both will be important to the end of season position for both of these teams. And Kevin Lamb out as the fifth man gives you the indication of what Pascoe Vale are going for. Caro, Newen, Caro. Now Evangelista. Had an open up for him to Wood in the way. Lamb happy to recycle. Caro. Evangelista had on. Chose to go all the way back. Lamb tried to turn his way beyond Mew. Evangelista fired it. Caro tried to keep it in. Carlton Hart in a hurry to take it. DeWood with an open net. Caro's flick on as Jin made his way in between the sticks. An important touch. Hart will have it from the side. Taken for Bezadpour. LaRocca just drifted inside. He lofted it for him. Alex LaRocca did well. Mew gave it away to Evangelista. Tried to find Caro on the break. Bezadpour only cleared it into him. Andre Caro will hold it up as Chavanard takes a tumble. It's back to his feet. Evangelista. Caro. On. Had Lamb out the back. DeWood picked his pocket. Armand DeWood wanted to go beyond them all. It's now 3-on-2. On. Goes alone and crashes the post. He must be wondering what he has to do to score tonight. Had one in the net, had it disallowed. Has hit the woodwork countless times. Chavanard's had a good game, but sometimes in front of goal when it's not your night, it is not your night. Evangelista tried to hook it away. DeWood. Can Hart grab one for the road? Bezadpour tried to give it back to him. Caro did well the first time. Bezadpour picked it up. Andre Caro did wonderfully. Newen is now sprung on the break. Bezadpour bundled him to the ground. Pascoe Vale wanted a free kick. Nothing was doing. LaRocca at the other end. Wrong-footed Jinu readjusted, but gave away a corner. Corner taken. Out to DeWood. Tried to turn inside on. Evangelista. Skip beyond both of them. Mew clipped at his heels one too many times. Will be a Pascoe Vale free kick. Taken for Caro. Evangelista. Caro whipped it wide for Lamb. Evangelista again just holding things up. Caro trying to draw LaRocca. Evangelista now had a yard. Gave it to Lamb, who's got an acre. Tried to roll it back inside. Mew read it best. To Wood from way, way away. Will have it trickle wide of the post. It did take a touch. It will be a Carlton Hart corner. Armand Wood desperately unlucky not to find the net. LaRocca took it. Evangelista picked it off. Gave it to Newen. They're all holding it up for Kevin Lamb. Caro now to carry it. Newen's dummy wonderful. On tried to rattle it. Jaram got down. Bezadpour lost out. Lamb might be able to add a 10th. Tried to clip it all the way around, but final touch was off Pascoe Vale's number 19. Jaram. with the ball to Wood. Thought about the shot, he looked up, instead gave it to LaRocca, who cut inside. And Alex LaRocca does get one for the road. Absolutely drills it in.
Goal scorer for Carlton Heart, number 22, Alex LaRocca.
Took it well. Took it very coolly. When he could have blazed away, he could have flashed it wide. Every goal counts, you've got to remember that. Lamb and Pascovel know that. They're trying to inflict one straight away at the other end. On through the legs. Bezadpour came away with it. LaRocca now has an empty net. He skipped beyond Caro, who forced him wide enough and forced him out of play. Andre Caro did expertly well to ensure LaRocca didn't get another look. He now gives it to On. Evangelista made up that ground incredibly quickly. Couldn't get it beyond Bezadpour. Caro. Newen. Back out for Caro now. On. Does he get to grab himself a goal tonight? Caro. Evangelista loses out. Bezadpour outside of the boots. Open net. Rolls it in. And these two chipped away may well turn out to be crucial.
Goal scorer for Carlton Heart, number 23, Berat Bezadpour.
Goal difference, the key. They may not be crucial tonight, but they may be crucial come season end. Newen. Caro has it open up. Andre Caro went the go. Into LaRocca's back, out for a corner. Inside the final minute, final knockings of tonight's early instalment. So Evangelista tracks it all the way home. Drew the press of two, opened up the space to loft it, while Jarin tried to flick it on. Newen wanted to go first time, Bezadpour in heavily. At the full-time whistle. A robust but fair enough challenge from Berat Bezadpour, but it matters not for either side. Pascoe Vale momentarily moves second before Fitzroy take to court later. It's another win in the right direction for them as they start the run in. They continue it in the form which they want to continue on with. For Carlton Heart, it may well and truly be back to the drawing board. Some more questions to be asked as they head into the most important relegation run they've had for quite some time. Full time from the early kickoff in Darabin. Carlton Heart 5, Pascoe Vale 9.
Enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Testing 1, 2, 3. We a bit loud? That wasn't a good face. We're good? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Josh, is this better or is it still a bit? That's much better? Okay. We're here with Pasco Vale's Michael Newen. Michael, obviously a massive win for your side tonight and an impressive performance from yourself. You're currently the leader of the MVP race in Series Futsal for Season 1. Despite the season you guys have had and despite the push for second and that progress there, would an individual award for yourself be something you're striving for?
I mean, going into this season, I never really thought about stuff like that. But to be in a conversation with so many good players is an achievement in itself. Second's still achievable for us, and it's a goal that we're working towards week in, week out. But yeah, team results matter first, and then whatever follows, follows.
Obviously, everything was a bit vocal out on court tonight at times. Is that something that fires you up, and is it something that gets you in the zone, or is it sometimes just a little bit of fun you like to have?
Yeah, both, you know. It gets me going, it gets me locked in. It's always a good battle between me and whoever's playing against me. So try to make it a bit fun, and yeah, nothing too serious.
And obviously we mentioned that run in and that second is still open. You go above Fitzroy for now, even though they play later. You might end up level on points at the end of tonight. You play them in a few weeks. How massive is that game going to be when it comes to who claims that second spot?
Of course, I mean, it's already a big enough game playing against Fitzroy and Moreland, so to have that little bit more pressure is something we like, and we're up for it for sure.
Thank you so much for your time, Michael.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in Season 1 of 2025. Right ahead, line.
I'm here with Carlton Hearts' Alex LaRocca. Alex, obviously in that game, Shaban Rajab, such an important part of your group, went down. He didn't return to the court. Is he feeling okay? Can you give us an update?
Yeah, he went down pretty hard. Didn't sound good, but he's been out before. He's just he's smart. He's not going to re-injure himself in the same game. He plays when he needs to, and he's smart when he plays. He'll be all right.
Those 2 late goals as well, just to sort of chip away at the deficit tonight. How important are they going to be, understanding the factor that goal difference could be likely to play in your team's relegation fight?
I don't think it's even the goal difference that matters as much. You need to score goals so that you keep enjoying the game and you keep playing. If you don't score any goals, then you lose faith in the game, and whether or not extra 2 goals at the end of this game are going to win us the game, or they're going to win us goal difference, they're going to keep us in the game. They're going to keep us in the league for as long as we can. They're going to keep our heads in the game, which I think is infinitely more important.
And obviously now a massive run in until the end of the season. You don't play on the final day, so looking a little bit further ahead, if it is up in the balance when it comes to that last day, is that something that is playing on the group's mind, knowing that you would have to get the job done by then?
Look, we noticed it, but whether or not the job gets done, we'll continue to play. It's the last game isn't going to decide the league for us. It's all the games in between. It's all the moments in between the goals and copying goals. It's the last game of the season isn't what's going to keep us in the league. It's what happens in between, and training in between games. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Alex.
No worries, thank you.
Questions, we're good?
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Welcome back for the second game of a blockbuster Friday of futsal here in Darebin. This might be the main event. Western United up against Hume, a massively important game for those in green and black who are chasing a second place finish. For those in Black Army colours, they can at least keep the door open to survival mathematically. It would take a mighty ordeal if they were to turn their fifth place predicament into fourth place paradise. But the door is still at least a slither open. Let's go through the lineups as this side ball is taken. For Western United, Tyler Lewis starts in between the sticks. Monteleone, Elias Parthamos, Darcy Skopolidis and Erkan Beyrakli. For the Black Army, Vasos Kartambis is the goalkeeper. Ube Cicek with the armband is on. Michael Klanaris, Omer Turkmen and Resit Kulkuglu. As Hume are looking to get an early opening, and Ube Cicek has lashed them ahead.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 7, Ube Cicek.
Smashing hit to lash Hume in front on an important night for them. Western United in need of a response almost immediately, and Hume immediately on the press. Cicek took it well as Skopolidis. Parthamos took a heavy touch, got away with it, then danced his way beyond Turkmen like it hadn't have happened. Face to face with Kulkuglu, who did well. Turkmen. Cicek on the turn, nearly through one-on-one. Lewis came the long way round and thumped it to safety. Hume knocking on the door. A couple of huge early looks. Cicek took the first, was nearly in for a brace. Inside 2 minutes is Kartambis. Kulkuglu. Tried to get beyond Parthamos. Kept it alive for now. Turkmen. Kulkuglu down the line for Cicek, who's got away from Beyrakli again. He's back to him. Turkmen. Klanaris couldn't get it under. Perfect start for the Black Army, who have to win tonight. There are no two ways about it. They've been battle-hardened, and this season, as it's gone on, the Arsenal have been expanded. They went to Thailand initially and then just north of the Murray for their latest set of acquisitions. Many of whom are in attendance tonight. They start on the bench. Would expect to see them involved as Kartambis off his line, and Beyrakli went the spectacular again. Nearly shades of the screamer he scored not long ago. And they all just stood and watched it. Only just fly over the crossbar. As Turkmen for Cicek. Dib's gone round the outside and he's rolled it to Dib to have a go. Space opened up for him and immediately on the press of Monteleone. Skopolidis wanted to go down the line. Malin to Cicek. Parthamos lost out to Dib. Cicek's in for a tap-in and an early double. The Black Army 2 ahead inside 5 minutes.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 7, Ube Cicek.
Western United well and truly on the back foot. Rocked by a quick fire Black Army double, a Hume advancement forward. And you can see those in green are being hustled back. Lewis clears into Bayrakli. Monteleone now under pressure from Clonarys. Has to see it into touch. It's another sign of the momentum that Hume have been building so far this season. Off to a slow start, but have well and truly come in hot to the run-in and immediately are playing fifth man with Kartambis currently occupying the right-hand side. As Clonarys and Cicek don't quite sort the switch out. Monteleone, Parthamos. What have Western United got to get back into this game? Skopolidis, Bayrakli got away with a bit of a miss kick. Darcy Skopolidis up against Cicek, who slid in, timed it well. Western United ball from the side. Ethan de Mello out on court. Someone who orchestrated wonderfully from what we've seen of him so far. Bayrakli cutting inside. Drilled it only into Turkmen. Cicek took a heavy touch and ran out of room. But for Western United, they must turn this around if they are to keep up with the chasing second-placed pack. There are no if, buts or maybes. They come into it point further back from Pascoe Vale and Fitzroy. As the Lions now move second momentarily after that emphatic win over Carlton Heart in the early kickoff. But Western United have to find a way as de Mello is dancing his way around Bayrakli. Returned home for Dib. This time driving on Monteleone. Couldn't quite keep it away. Dib on the recycle. De Mello. Here he is again. Switched it for Dib beautifully and then cut it in. Cicek for a hat-trick. Stabbed it just wide. Tyler Lewis was sprawling, but Cicek's effort was not far away. Kick taken by Monteleone. Bayrakli lost out. And on an ever-important eve, where the hopes of fourth are kept mathematically alive with a Hume win, they are off to the perfect start. Caught Western United out of the traps. They look to get some slow starts out of their system. Cicek is causing all kinds of problems. Can't get United to twist and turn their way out. Parthamos gave it to Mo Seni. Skopolidis up alongside him. Darcy Skopolidis into the palms of Kartambis. Dima Rice urging Western United to stay up. Dib tries to clip it in behind towards Cicek. Couldn't quite win it out. Mo Seni, Skopolidis on the stab. Wide of it. Kartambis' ball taken. Here's Haddad. Away from Mo Seni. Parthamos, Skopolidis, Mo Seni. They work it well. Dib just with a foot in at the right place at the right time. And that is how it seems to be going for Hume right this moment, as Western United have to fashion themselves a way back into this game. Haddad chested it down. Cicek. Dib, de Mello. Haddad peeling away. De Mello taking his time up against Parthamos. Skopolidis made the first move. De Mello rolled it beyond both of them. Mo Seni ushered it back to Tyler Lewis, who looked to go long towards Darcy Skopolidis, but nothing was quite doing. Dib, de Mello. Back for Dib, into the feet of Haddad, who pinned Parthamos, tried to give it to Dib again. Didn't oblige him with the run. And they're happy to watch it trickle out. Moseni for Tyler Lewis, who tried to fizz it into Skopelidis, and Fernando Di Marais, Western United manager, is about to turn Western United player once again. Back out on court, immediately on Anthony Haddad. Man who's had a glittering career, both the indoor and outdoor versions of our sport. Immediately orchestrating. This is my first taste of Fernando Di Marais out on court. His first touch into the action, rolls it back for Parthamos. Fizzed it into Moseni. Di Marais. Moseni once again. Face to face with Dib. Parthamos thought about the effort, and Suede was in the right place to clear off his line. Crucial header. As Elias Parthamos had placed that towards the top corner. And I'll take it from the side. Di Marais round the back. Haddad got up to win the header. Hume doing enough right now. There's Besenyi. Di Marais. Besenyi couldn't get beyond Haddad, who flicked it wonderfully for Dib. De Mello's all on his own. Dib went to roll it. Tyler Lewis got down. Made an important save. There's Dib. Didn't get it all sorted, and Besenyi for Di Marais wants to get Western United back underway. Moseni, Parthamos. Couldn't shift away from De Mello. Di Marais got beyond Haddad. Stabbed it out to Besenyi. Didn't sort his feet out. Anthony Haddad won it back. De Mello. Haddad. Dib. Now Suede. Besenyi stuck a leg out. Stabbed one out towards the commissioner. As Kolkuklu goes back on. Rolls it for Suede. Now De Mello. Face to face with Parthamos. He's just eyeing him up at the moment. De Mello tried to fizz it into Haddad. Di Marais couldn't get away with it. Besenyi cleared his lines. Kartambis didn't have to get a touch, but gave away a corner. He wanted to come and claim, but just didn't get it right. It's the first real misstep he's made to life in Hume, Vassos Kartambis. Will it prove costly? Di Marais' corner. Parthamos chested it down, fired it into Haddad. Moseni to take it. Parthamos. Di Marais. Just drifted away from two. Parthamos. Fernando Di Marais. Besenyi. Tried to flick it over Kolkuklu. Nothing was quite doing. So Western United at the moment in a position they haven't been in for quite some time. What answers can they search for against the Hume side, who are on the hunt, are looking to keep their hopes alive as De Mello is drifting away. Might look to go beyond all of them. Ethan De Mello beat all but Parthamos, who stuck a foot in, and he can take it again from the side. Suede look to fizz it. Parthamos in the way. Wonderful work from Besenyi, who went solo, went long. If they are to keep the door open, even if they do end up finishing fifth, performances like this, squad list like this, will turn that relegation tide in Hume's favour. There's Di Marais, Bayrakli, Parthamos trying to twist and turn. Flicked it for Monteleone, and Kartambis made a super save. Parthamos picked a needle in a haystack, and Kartambis was quickly off his line. Demarais, Bayrakli, Parthamos. Face to face with Haddad. Now Bayrakli. Demarais tried to clip it towards Parthamos. Turkmen kept it alive. Kulkoglu. Turkmen picked off Demarais. Thought about blazing away. Monteleone. Parthamos. Switched it for Fernando Demarais. It might open up for him to flash across the face. It's his first look. And he fizzed it just wide of the far post. One of the best Western United have crafted is Turkmen, Cicek. Smashing ball, Turkmen didn't sort his feet out. But Ube Cicek just sliced it through. Tyler Lewis, Bayrakli, up and under. Skopolidis and Turkmen do battle. Skopolidis stabbed it, trying to make it work. Artambis off his line to claim. Fired it for Cicek, touched it down for Klanaris. Tried to give it back to Cicek, who just went a fraction early. And Skopolidis will start over. Lewis. Tried to look long for Monteleone. Couple more changes, Dib back out on court. Yet another speed bump in a season of roadblocks for Western United as it stands so far, of twists, of turns, of transfer drama, of dramatic late winners. And this is yet another interesting situation this promising group of young players find themselves in. If they are to win tonight, they do come out of it stronger. If they can turn it around, if they can find a way. This is a night where they will be tested to their fullest, and currently are being tested to their fullest. There's Cicek for Dib. For Cicek. And Dib again. Cicek with Monteleone to beat. Klanaris. Wicked for Turkmen. Quickly for Dib. Now Klanaris, who dropped off. Monteleone slid in, didn't let it get to Cicek. Side still earning their stripes, those in green tonight. Well and truly in the top four. Turnaround complete stat. And it would continue their march towards the Tigers and the Lions, knowing that those will be tight tussles in the jungle that is series futsal, and at the other end of it and at the sunset of the safari that will be this season, sweet serenity of second could beckon, but they need to do the work tonight to figure that one out. Cicek, who's hunting for a hat-trick, wonderfully twisted and turned and fired in his third in fantastic fashion.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 7, Ube Cicek.
Those in green are dumbstruck. Jaw dropped, Cicek jubilant. Hume 3 up, and DeMello could be making it 4. Cicek could be making it 4 on his own, and he flashed it over the bar. If you want a man in the mood tonight, look at Ube Cicek. And he might get that opportunity anyway. Flicked it into Lewis, couldn't gather the second or third. Tyler Lewis now on a venture, and Ube Cicek stuck a foot in, didn't foul him. Tyler Lewis gingerly back to his feet, saunters back to goal as DeMello. Dib, Cicek, back with Dib again. DeMello. Drawing Monteleone, tried to work it down the line. Moseni now does find Monteleone. And Besenyi might have a chance to pull one back. Fired it into Dib. Moseni. Parthamos. face to face with Cicek. Montilioni tried the 1-2. Cicek at the second attempt, cut it out. Fernando Di Moraes makes his way back on court. There's Basenyi. Finds him straight away. Tried to dance around Haddad, won a free kick. Di Moraes to take, quickly for Parthamos, couldn't get it beyond De Mello. Haddad moving centrally, Mohseni came in support, flicked it back for Parthamos, who was put under pressure immediately by Dib. Picked his pocket, played it off him, and won it back for the Black Army. Dib from De Mello, Cicek, Haddad, had a drive from range. Flashed it wide of Tyler Lewis's goal. Di Moraes. On the switch for Basenyi, waited as well as it had to be. Lovely touch for Parthamos. They go all the way round for Mohseni. Kartambis makes the save. Parthamos' second, doesn't beat two. Western shouts for handball, waved away. Di Moraes, Basenyi for Parthamos. Now De Mello on the break, has Cicek and Dib alongside him. De Mello goes for Ube Cicek, and Lewis covers his angles correctly. Try to launch it long to Basenyi. De Mello for Dib. Hume get back underway. Cicek thought about the run, now was found on that right-hand side. De Mello. Tried to go down the line for Dib. Couldn't quite keep it in. Basenyi for Mohseni. Di Moraes. Basenyi again. That's a lovely ball. It's a fine Mohseni. Had to hold it up, then gave it to Elias Parthamos, who tried to go the long way around. Western United in this first half have been in need of some edge, some ingenuity in front of goal, which the Black Army have had, and Dib is looking to inflict more on it. Gives it to Haddad, who got away from Di Moraes, but not Mohseni. Cicek then cut out his advance forward. Haddad on the second go. Just hits his effort over the bar. There's Basenyi. Parthamos. Tried to fizz it for Mohseni. Turkmen's touch out of play. And quickly, Di Moraes, Mohseni. Basenyi. Parthamos tried the 1-2 round the corner, but the Black Army press is suffocating those in green so far. They've gone that deeper setup, trying to draw Hume onto them. In particular when Dib and Haddad have linked up in that press well. It's been tricky for Western United to get out, and you're seeing it at the moment. Hume are able to just retain that control as De Mello tried to fire one in towards Dib. Couldn't keep it under control. But I think that's where Alan Kollak will be very happy. If it stays this way with the press that his team have executed, and Dib is finding Haddad, who on the turn forces a super save again out of Tyler Lewis. Didn't know much about it. Got down to make the block. Corner, Hume. De Mello, Turkmen. Back for De Mello, all the way out for Dib. Haddad will launch one from range into Bayrakli, another corner. Under 7 minutes. Turkmen, De Mello, Haddad. We'll do it all over again. Hume corner combinations being well and truly shown. Fist into the near post, and Turkmen didn't get a touch. This time they used Haddad as a decoy, and Dima Rice with a searching ball. Bayrakli took it down. Dib was alert to the danger. Western United now up the other end have a corner. There's a wonderful ball from Fernando Dima Rice. He's clipped it over the top to Bayrakli, who took it down well. Corner taken. Dima Rice had to wait on it, tried to stab it into Monteleone's path. Kartambis happy to claim. Dib, Turkmen. De Mello. Tried to cut inside. Dima Rice picked his pocket and flashed the side netting. Western United won a corner. Kartambis' ball as Klanaris. Resets himself. Dib for De Mello. After Dib, Klanaris had gone down that line. De Mello thought about the switch. Kept it cool in the end, now fires it into Klanaris, who took it down well. Dib wasn't given the chance to blaze away, but the Black Army have a free kick. Turkmen making way for Haddad. Can they work a fourth? Can they strengthen their stranglehold on proceedings? These next few minutes crucial for Western United. Can they work a way back in? Or Hume go over the top? De Mello. Dib! Lewis made the save. It will be yet another corner. Klanaris to take. De Mello. Dib. De Mello didn't fizz it beyond Bayrakli, then tried to go around Monteleone. Ran out of room in doing so. Bayrakli. Dima Rice gave it in back. Played it into Monteleone. Fernando Dima Rice on the switch for Besenyu. Tried to go for Bayrakli round the corner. Ran out of room. Turkmen for Dib. Just waited on his options, gave it back to Turkmen down the line. Got away from Besenyu, skipped inside Bayrakli. Kulkoglu. Dib. Klanaris. Pocket picked. Dima Rice. Touch behind Monteleone. We're loaded up all over again. It's Dib. Who's constructed well out of go from range. Tyler Lewis. Grasped it gleefully. There's Monteleone down the line. Skopolidis. In a tussle with Kulkoglu. Dib again comes across to help. Bayrakli couldn't keep it in. Thought he kept it in play. Dib. Kartambis looking to go long. Lewis rolls for Bayrakli. Options left and right. Wonderfully done by Bayrakli. Monteleone lost out. Dib is leading the break. Turkmen with Klanaris at the back post. Couldn't get beyond Dima Rice. Skopolidis. Dima Rice lofts it back to him. He has Bayrakli all alone. Just played it behind him. It's been one of those halves for Western United. Well, those opportunities, few and far between, but they haven't been clear cut. I haven't been able to craft all that much. Team have defended so rigidly, and when they have, it's been from range. They've been tricky efforts. And they might get a look here. Skopolidis for Bayrakli, Klanaris on the block. Kulkoglu away. Skip beyond two, won a free kick. Did wonderfully well. Despite the Western pressure, kept himself cool as a cucumber and won a free kick. Which Dib can line up. How he would deserve a goal for the first half he's had. Bayrakli in the wall. Dib to try and drive it to the back post. Skopalidis, Lewis got a palm. Parthamos came away with it. Black Army retreating. Skopalidis trying to take on 3 of them. Bayrakli, Parthamos, thought about it! Avgo in the way. Demelo leading the charge. Waited on his options, skipped away. Dib, Kulkuglu. Now Avgo. Dib. They calm it down again, Avgo. Demelo. Dib once again. Demelo, these two have really taken charge of this game. Cicek has the goals. But if you want the 2 people conducting it, look to the 2 New South Welshmen furthest back for Hume. They've just dazzled so far tonight as Demelo face to face with Skopalidis. Rolled it for Dib first time! Fired it into the bottom corner with a searing hit. Hume have their 4th.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 24, Jamie Dib.
Brilliantly taken. That was a fierce first time hit. Tyler Lewis, no chance. Dead in for pace and placement. And Hume are having a half to remember. Kartambis lost out to Bayrakli. To nearly sour it a touch. But Dib, who has controlled things from minute 1, has gotten his goal. And Hume are absolutely flying in Darabin. It's Parthamos. Skopalidis couldn't turn away from Dib, who picked his pocket. Waited for people on the break. Demelo tried to go down the line for Kulkuglu. Western United side ball taken by Bayrakli. Parthamos through the legs. Montiglione wanted to give it back to him. Dib did brilliantly. Avgo. Just rolled it off to Demelo, who skipped inside. Lewis made the save not once but twice. That's fabulous keeping. Tyler Lewis with 2 terrific saves as Parthamos had his ball cut out. Demelo, Avgo, Kulkuglu. Demelo once again. Kulkuglu continued his run. Bayrakli at his back. Kept it under. Demelo. Kulkuglu couldn't clip it beyond Bayrakli, who ran out of room trying to go down the line. Demelo for Dib. Ethan Demelo once again. Oh, wonderful. Dima Rice read it best. Went all the way back for Lewis. Dima Rice clipped it into Bayrakli. Get it back. Go out the other way for Parthamos. Face to face with Demelo. Switched it for Bayrakli, who took it down. Kulkuglu with a sliding challenge. Demelo, Avgo. They're just drawing Western United in. Jib took over. Parthamos continued. It's not quite half time. Dima Rice had it open up. Kartambis got a couple of palms. As Suleiman Mohammed wants to issue a timeout, him and Noel Soma. They may have to wait as Parthamos takes over as a hit. Kartambis got a touch. Corner, and Western United will have their timeout. On the stroke of half-time, they will have a corner to discuss a way back into this game. as Hume have had it their way so far. They've been brilliant. A Cicek hat-trick and Jamie Dibb, the goal scorers at timeout. It's Hume 4, Western United 0.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้อง
Welcome back from the timeout. Stroke of half time, 15 seconds remain. Dima Rice to take the corner. Parthamos at the back stick, meets it on the volley. Hooked it out of play. And it is for Hume to see it through to the interval now. Sheets clean, goals unscathed. DeMello lifted it for Kulkoglu. Couldn't get beyond Dima Rice. Parthamos. Can they get one in the dying embers? No, they cannot. The whistle will beat them on a first half of Hume excellence. An Ube Cicek hat-trick early, and then Jamie Dibb rattled in a fourth with a commanding run to the back post. Western United have a lot of work to do at the break. For Hume, the message will be more of the same. Kolak smiling, but those on the Western bench with questions to answer. Half-time in Darabin. It's Hume 4, Western United 0.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Back from the second half. Many questions to answer on both sides. Western United wondering how on earth do we get back into this one. Hume hoping things stay the same. Questioning how they wear off a Western Storm, which will surely be coming. They have it all to do. Hume up 4-0. As we enter the second half, Ube Cicek, that man there, got a first half hat-trick, which has set the Black Army in fine stead so far. They are flying. Swait for Dib, who is metronomic. Haddad turning away from Demerais. Haddad with an early look. Western have switched the keepers. Lucas Grigg replacing Tyler Lewis for the second interval. Rolls it for Parthamos. Now Demerais. Can Western United get themselves an early goal? If they do, you never know. You never ever know. It's a crazy, crazy thing what a goal can do, what it can throw up, as Mohseni hustled back by Haddad. Parthamos. Basenyi. Mohseni. Demerais. Down the line. Cicek cut it out. Couldn't keep it in play. Demerais for Basenyi. Parthamos. Hamza Swade read it best. Dib. Haddad. Brilliant ball. Swade's got an arm open. And Lucas Grigg has an arm across to push it away for a corner. Haddad split Western United lines. And Swade fired it goalwards. Grigg made a smart save. Couldn't take any risks. Hume's first corner of the second half. Swade, Dib, Haddad rolled it back to Swade. Tried to get around Basenyi. Foul was the first, not the second. Parthamos' free kick. Cannon hasn't been within firing range really yet tonight. Hume have marshalled him very, very well. A player who's got such a destructive element to his game has been so important in Western United's season of progress, a season in which they've certainly pushed on. But that is trying to rid them of that. Swade, that's a super double save. Lucas Grigg, brilliant. That is a top piece of goalkeeping to prevent a fifth, not just the first, but the second. How on earth did he get there? Parthamos for Basenyi, now Demerais. Can that inspire Western United to get themselves away back in? Parthamos. Demerais clipped it for Mohseni. Couldn't quite give it back to Fernando Demerais. Skopelidis reintroduced. Dib, Cicek. Back with Dib again. Haddad. Trying to work himself a chance to play another switch. Him and Dib link up wonderfully. Cicek was at the back post. Hume Futsal at its best, bar the finish. Such a luscious link up between Dib and Haddad. Demerais' clearance away as far as Clanaris. And we had a stab. Grigg. Demerais. Down the line for Skopelidis. Back to Clanaris. Held it up well. Parthamos. Skip beyond Haddad. Couldn't get it beyond Cicek. Hume defence holding rigid. Parthamos. Demerais. What opening can they forge? A goal now Still gives them time to create discomfort. Skopalidis on the drive. Dib. Haddad didn't get around Dimirais, who did well to win it. Haddad then gave him a shove for good measure. Parthamos split the two of them. Moseni gave it back to Elias Parthamos, who sat Kartambis down, and Moseni couldn't turn it in. Accumulated foul in the end. No doubt for Haddad's tangle on Dimirais. Western United's best move. All it lacked was the finish. That's the invention they need to show more of if they are to get back into this game. A couple more risks need to be taken. Parthamos needs to be given more looks. Switches for Moseni. Dimirais tried to stab it to Skopalidis. Parthamos happy to see it out. Skopalidis. Moseni. Switched it for Parthamos, who had Demelo for company immediately. Now Dimirais. Down the line for Moseni. Dib urging him on. Parthamos. Dimirais. Did well to get away from Cicek. Parthamos couldn't place it to Moseni. Klanaris. Dib. Demelo. Cicek. I know they're in possession at the moment. Hume just happy to slow it down. Time has been a factor since half-time, but even more so now. And the patience will just draw opportunities, will draw frustration as Demelo had to flash it into Dib at the back post. Completely unmarked, and Hume's patience pays dividend.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 24, Jamie Dib.
Timed his run perfectly. Tapped into a virtually empty net when he got it. Brilliant, brilliant futsal from Hume. The ball from Demelo, devastating. And Dib just did the rest. That's all he had to do. He didn't have a lot to do it. And Demelo is now looking to go and get one for himself. Sat down Montiglione. Couldn't get away from Skopalidis. Hume wanted a free kick. Bayrakli switched it out for Parthamos to maybe have a drive. Kartambis made a brilliant save. First time Parthamos has been able to have a clear sight. Bayrakli's corner only as far as Demelo. Hume now on the break. Turkman's going on the overlap. Demelo went himself and hit the post. Inches away from a sixth. Parthamos tried to catch Kartambis out. Well, the first time tonight we've seen an effort like that. It's Dib, Demelo. That Carlton-Pascoe Vale game. Michael Newen, Armand Wood, they all tried something spectacular. It's Bayrakli. Couldn't get out of a Black Army tangle, did win a corner. Bayrakli's corner, Skopalidis, Parthamos. Has Turkman to beat, shifts it onto his left. Bayrakli made the block on his own teammate. Turkmen, Dib switch for Kartambis. Momentary fifth man, Kartambis had a stumble. Bayrakli has an empty net. Parthamos is arriving. They get the bodies back again, do Hume. And now Haddad wants to go the other way. Skopalidis and Parthamos couldn't stop him. Anthony Haddad! Lucas Grigg got down. He'd run out of room anyway. Haddad absolutely hammered that towards goal. Chaos at all ends. Haddad has another look. Parthamos times his challenge well. And skipped beyond him wonderfully. Gave it out to Skopalidis, who kept it in long enough. Turkman shut the door. Demelo. For Dib, who's hunting a hat-trick of his own. Now De Mello spun away from Montiglione. Taking his time, tried to fizz it into Haddad. Bayrakli alert to the danger. De Mello, Haddad flicked it back for De Mello, all the way for Dib. Haddad couldn't get it under. Bayrakli back to Parthamos. United switch if they want to see if they can work something. They can work anything back into this game, but Hume are well and truly on the march. Haddad with a wonderful weight on it. De Mello's chip just didn't have the back spin on it. It'll trickle into touch. But Hume are having some fun out there. There's Parthamos. Bayrakli. Parthamos is a hot ball to handle. He took it down well. Bayrakli skipped away from Dib. That's a lovely ball down the line. Basenyi tried to roll it square. Kuklu did well. Got his angles right and cut the danger out. This is not the way that Western United would want to go into the bye, which is what they have next week. Mainly weeks after it, it would cap a pretty wretched run of form since Series Futsal's return from the Easter break. Would tonight's performance. Just one win in 4, 3 defeats in that as well. With the buys. Parthamos is looking to blemish the clean sheet. Kartambis had to parry it. Haddad for De Mello. Parthamos tried to make the challenge in return. De Mello's just holding it up, twisting, turning. Parthamos eventually won it. Mohseni waited on an option that didn't come for him. Bayrakli hooked it back to him. Basenyi, Bayrakli. Mohseni. Basenyi is all on his own if he can find him. De Mello got in the way. Kuklu now to carry the other way. All of those in black call for calm. De Mello. Just drifting wide, drawing. The Western press has skipped beyond Basenyi wonderfully. De Mello going alone. Couldn't quite find the top corner. For Hume, tonight has felt like the perfect remedy to last week's loss to Moreland. It's kept these hopes of just keeping the 4th place door open alive. The light's still on. There's still something to be had. Parthamos rifled it. Kartambis made the save, then the bar was crashed. Alas, Parthamos with 2 looks. There's Basenyi. Lost out to Haddad. There's Dib. Kuklu. Dib once again for Haddad. They just work it between themselves. They tried to search it for Kuklu's flick. Grigg backtracked, had to hold, rolled it for Demarais. Basenyi, Parthamos. Tried to loft it, Cicek got a thigh. Basenyi thought he'd have a go. We must look ahead to that run-in. Western United, as we mentioned, have the bye next week. They come back then against Fitzroy, who started this wretched run of form for those in green and black on Series Futsal's return from the Easter break. That first game where they were beaten 5-2. They then have Melbourne, Aku, Pascoe Vale, and close out the season at home to Moreland. So a big test in their final 4 games. They face the 3 other sides around them in the top 4. Tonight they lose ground on that second place finish. It is never over, but Hume right now are playing some champagne futsal. Cicek with another effort, Grigg with another save. Parthamos, Demarais, Barakli, called back. And for Hume, who might be making one of the latest lunges at fourth, or might be building one of the biggest buffers for fifth we have ever seen. Tonight's result, if it stays as it is a massive 3 points. They then play Pascoe Vale, who they beat not so long ago. It is then Carlton Hart, Fitzroy, and on the final day, they face Aku after having the bye. So there is plenty to play for the Black Army. There is plenty that can still be won. They may just yet be able to close that gap a little further. It's Parthamos for Fernando Demarais. Kartambis made the save. Haddad. Cicek skipped away from Parthamos, who dangled a leg. His touch too heavy. Grigg rolls it back for Parthamos. Bayrakli. Demarais on the switch. Parthamos. Gave it away to Dib. 2v2. Cicek the other forward. One with a hat-trick, one hunting one. Haddad! Grigg made the save. Parthamos, Monteleone, Bayrakli. Demarais. Parthamos, Monteleone. Western United mid-change have possession. Kokoglu did wonderfully well. Kartambis. Kokoglu wanted to go on the switch and eventually got his wish. Turkmen. Dib. Just went to clip it round the corner, out of danger. Grigg kept it moving. Skopolidis, heavy touch. Turkmen nipped in. Kokoglu came away with it. Can he get on the score sheet himself? Tried to fire it to Cicek. Turkmen on the open up, sold them all! And then Monteleone made the block. Demarais came away with it. Turkmen hustled him. There will be a Western United ball. Taken for Mo Seni. Basenyi. Tried to go down the line. Mo Seni ran out of room. That's where Hume have been so good. But tonight in those defensive efforts, when it's come to forcing Western United wide, it's required either a loft over the top or some very intricate build-up. They've shut the door to the flanks so well, and it's where they're so dangerous, especially Parthamos when he is able to shift on that left or right foot. As Turkmen to fire it, Skopolidis, Demarais, Mo Seni. Hustled by Dib. Klonaris joined him. Skopolidis went to turn. Turkmen gave away a free kick. Demarais switched it for Basenyi. Tried to work it for Mo Seni. Dib, Klonaris. Oh, beautiful. Dib going all the way for a hat-trick of his own. Went round Grigg and rolled it in the most terrific fashion. Simply superb.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 24, Jamie Dib.
Hat-trick of his own. He joins Cicek. One apiece on a night that Hume would have dreamed of, and it could get even better. Klonaris in on the act. Two in a matter of seconds to just further compound Western United misery.
Goal scorer for Hume, number 5, Michael Klonaris.
Western United dismay is Hume elation. And there's still plenty of time left as De Mello Skip beyond Parthamos and Skopolidis. Sabeni put a foot in. Kartambis. Klinaris. Dib. Turkmen. Dib was on the switch, couldn't get it beyond Basenyi. Demarai stabbed the foot at it. Parthamos couldn't keep it in the first time, tried to make it work. This is such a turnaround from the last time that these sides have met this season. Western United beat Hume 4-2 in a game that, in every respect of itself, was a bit of an arm wrestle. They made a game of it, the Black Army. United just had too much quality. And then the other time round, it was a Western rout. They beat them 7-1. It is now currently 7-0 to Hume. So they won't get the overall ledger, but they will get the final say this season in this fixture. Does Western United have a corner? Can they blemish that clean sheet? The Kartambis has held tonight. Parthamos from Demarais. Skopolidis. Skip beyond Klinaris. Skopolidis fired into the side netting. Via a Kartambis touch, it will be another Western United corner. And it's the perfect time for those in green to issue a timeout. They will have a corner when we come back, but at their timeout, it is Hume 7, Western United 0.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a...
We return from timeout here in Darabin. 7 minutes remain. How many more can we see? How many can be added? How many can be clawed back in 7 minutes of time? Hume have been humming from minute 1. Western United at the moment getting hopes of second, dreams of second ripped away from them. There is still a lot of futsal to be played, but tonight this has been a dominant statement from the Black Army. It's De Mello. Swait. De Mello once again, as Parthamos for company, just drifts his way up that right-hand side. Swait. Tried to fizz it into Dib. Basenyi hustled, had to go. Hume just mindful of the fouls. And Swait fizzed it in. As Lucas Grigg resets, rolled it to Parthamos, who couldn't beat De Mello. Parthamos is all for Skopolidis, who's hustled by De Mello. Back for Demarais. Face to face with Avgo. Dib now came to help. Dimmerais clipped it beyond both of them. Swade, one in. Parthamos was pressed. Avgo. DeMello. Avgo once more. Shout is to keep it from the Hume bench. Dib. Basenyi made the challenge, couldn't win it back. Swade, DeMello. Dib gave it back to him. Switched it for Swade. Someone just waiting on that run forward. Dib, DeMello. Couldn't skip beyond Basenyi. Parthamos had it open up. Hume bodies back. Dib and Avgo sorted it out at the expense of a Western United corner. Dimmerais to take out for Skopelidis to drill it. His real first look tonight, and he just whipped it wide of the far post. DeMello from Kartambis got beyond Montiglione, who on the retreat stuck a foot in. Quickly for Dib. DeMello momentarily gave it away. Haddad used his body wonderfully, turned away from Skopelidis and flashed it across the face. Rick rolled it. Montiglione hustled. Dib at a stab. Hume corner. Western United playing themselves into trouble, as they have done so often tonight. Many a pass picked off, many a press made and won, backed into a corner. All Eve. Those in green have been Dimmerais. Montiglione. Back for Dimmerais. Deflected it off of that. Western United want handball. Officials are saying nothing doing. And Haddad and Swade, who's pressed by Parthamos, was able to win it away. It is momentarily 4 against 3. DeMello drew Grigg. Montiglione hooked it away. Haddad had his chance. And some way, somehow, Western United keep it out. Haddad. All the way out for Cicek, who set the train in motion tonight as far as Hume are concerned. A first half hat-trick. And he was looking in incredible touch. Jamie Dib then joined him. Clonaris added another. And that is how it is panning out right now. As the officials just tell some members of the Western United bench to take a couple of yards. Slight delay on the corner. Dib, Haddad, DeMello. Trying to work his way beyond Montiglione. Ethan DeMello going to work once again on the right-hand side. Cicek couldn't skip beyond Skopelidis. Waited for the return. Dib. Kartambis looks to go long for Cicek. Teasing, enticing ball. Ube Cicek gave it everything to bring it down. As Dimmerais wanted to hook it for Parthamos, gave it away to Haddad. Now Cicek, who eyes a fourth, instead rolls it for Haddad, who fired only as far as Montiglione. Dimmerais. Parthamos. Cicek on the press, gave it away for Ethan DeMello. Grigg came a long way, made the slide. Skopelidis hooked it away anywhere. But tonight, you have seen what those New South Welsh reinforcements have added to the Black Army arsenal. They've been reinforcements and then some. Been relief and then some for this team. Completely changed the identity of how Hume play their futsal. I mean, DeMello and Dib tonight have been superb. Cicek, who's one of their owners, joined it. It sets them in good stead. Not just for the rest of this season, for the latest lunge, the latest and potentially the greatest relegation playoff escape if they are to make a real fist of it. But if not, it sets them in that amazing position in the playoffs where they finish 5th. And whoever comes up from championship in that contentive spot has to contend with players of this level. It is something to behold, something to come up against. And Western United tonight, depleted though they may be as well, when hit with this, Kuklu fancies getting in on the act himself. Grieg with a sturdy pair of hands. Parthamos, Dimirais, Bayrakli. Tried to roll it back for Fernando Dimirais, who carved his way through 3 of them. Parthamos wanted to have a shot, but Cicek slid in at the last second. Cleared it away for a corner. And quickly, Dimirais on the drive. Cicek in the way again. Quickly taken, Parthamos all the way home for Grieg, who it must be said has done relatively well in this second half, all things considered. Made a few terrific saves. It's been alert. And when Hume have played the way that they have done, Western United have come undone. They do need to go back to the consider a different plan when it comes to the end of this season, as that stayed in for Haddad. Tried to switch it for Cicek. This is called Kuglu. Demelo. There's Bayrakli for company. Just edging his way down. Demelo tried to skip inside. Montiglione helped Bayrakli shut the door. It might open up for Montiglione, who had a slip and a stumble. Found its way out for Parthamos to drive it. Couldn't get it beyond the Black Army wall. Demelo's quick take for Cicek. Kuglu. Cicek again, you sting went out of this game a long time ago, but Hume are trying their best to ice it at the moment. Dimirais won it up. Bayrakli had it open up for him. Parthamos and Besenyi were lurking, but he couldn't find either with the ball. In a passage that would well and truly be it from minute 1. Hume have been at it. Hume have been on them. United have just not had it drop for them. And the Black Army have been brilliant. They've capitalised on errors. They've created some truly beautiful goals. Western United have been on the wrong end of a good old-fashioned route tonight, and Cicek's looking to inflict more pain. Suede wanted his first goal in Black Army colours. Grieg came the long way and cleared. Taking Suede, tried to they face Fitzroy in the final game of this round, but Dib in the meantime wants to grab a 4th. Turkmen couldn't keep it. Dib tried to rescue him, but it ran out of play. Final knockings, dying embers of one that Hume have dominated. Besenyi drives, Kartambis clears. Is he on for a first clean sheet since his arrival at Hume? He is a matter of moments away as Suede off Besenyi. Hume side ball. Dib clipped it into Cicek. So they want one more for the road. Dib, Turkmen had it all up for him, and Grieg made the save. Dimirais hustled, ran out of room. Hume in the mood to take yet even more. Turkmen. Dib. Cicek. Dib rolled it for Suede, who has Parthemos to beat. Bayrakli came over in support. Turkmen. Dib. Tried to thread it back through. Demarais read it, picked it, waited on his options. Parthemos was one. Fernando Demarais. Basenyi. Bayrakli tried the 1-2. Turkmen cut it out. Dib back for Suede. Turkmen's up the line if he chooses. It's the holds up. Back for Dib. And that will well and truly be that. Hume have been wonderful at their brilliant best tonight. Some Northern New South Welsh magic for the Black Army. A hat-trick for Ube Cicek in the first half. Jamie Dib joined him in the second. And Hume then just took their time to compound more Western United pain. 4-time here in Darabin. Western United's hopes for second take a big hit, but the Black Army march on for the, hopefully for them, the unlikeliest of survival attempts. If not, it sets them in good stead. It is Hume 7, Western United 0.
Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, Josh. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm in with Western United's Fernando Demarais. Obviously, you're usually on the touchline on nights like this, but you're suited up in the kit tonight. Was that a last-minute decision, or was it something you discussed and planned to do in the week?
I've been coming back slowly. I haven't played since December. I had a back injury very bad and recovering slowly, and started training 2-3 months ago. It's very slow, once a week. It's coming back slowly, so it was planned. Obviously not this way, but I played too many minutes because obviously we didn't have many players available, injuries and all that. It is what it is. So, but yeah, it was planned.
Having been on the touchline as manager to now coming back out on court as a player, having that different change in perspective on how the game's played, on how it unfolds as well, what are some of the big lessons that your side can take from tonight, and what are the big things you'll be working on having had a first-hand experience?
Look, first of all, great job on Hume. Very good team, very well organized. The boys from Sydney coming down, running like good drills. Very good, like very well organized team. Congratulations, Adam, and doing a good job there. We just gotta play harder. They outplayed us physically, mentally, technically, everything. So I don't think we even came to the court in the first half. So we had some patches of good plays, but we couldn't take one chance. All the balls, all the shots that we had, their goalkeeper did really well, and it is what it is. Games like that will happen. We just got to move on to the next game.
Obviously, second will still be the goal this season come the end of it, but your final few games are going to be absolutely massive. You face Fitzroy, Moreland and Pascoe Vale in all of them, so 3 of your top 4 rivals. how do you set up the side and get them to go again after a result like tonight?
We just got to regroup, get the availability of the players, make sure everyone's available. It's going to be, a war every game. So we know we can do it. We beat Fitzroy, we beat Pascoe before. It's been good games against them, especially Moreland as well. Like we're doing really well. We just got to keep up the hard work and regroup and start again. And we're back in 2 weeks.
Fernando de Moraes, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with Hume boss. Obviously, a massive win for your side tonight, heavily influenced by the boys you brought down from New South Wales. We've been waiting for a while to hear the manager's insight of just what they've brought to this group.
Yeah, the boys the experience to the group, and obviously their professionalism and the discipline to the club is just it's more support towards the boys.
And obviously, having them mix in with the squad that you have at the moment, how big has it been for the players who were part of the existing core of the group, and how much have they learnt from having those players here in Victoria?
Well, the players, they've learnt so much. Like as you can see, week by week, and we're just getting better and better. So it's looking good, and it's getting sharper, and the boys, they're loving it each time.
And obviously, it's still mathematically possible for a top 4 finish. Is the Great Escape on?
That's what we want. We're aiming for that, and we're going to make sure we try it.
Adam, thank you so much for your time.
If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
Test 1, 2, 3, testing. Night and day, beautiful.
Welcome to the final instalment of round 16 in what has been a round of series futsal where we've had 2 games that for one team went really well, for one that haven't. This is the final instalment of that, the final piece of this week's puzzle, and it is going to be a huge one. Melbourne Aku up against Fitzroy, those in violet up against those in pink, and for the Tigers 12 points. There's the gap that needs to be chipped away at. It must be reduced without reply if hopes of the unlikeliest title retention are to be alive. As Scott Rogan is firing in, and in a matter of seconds he has lashed Fitzroy into the lead. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 7, Scott Rogan. Took it wonderfully, and they flew out of the traps. Rogan's had a habit of doing it time and time again. Maybe Newham would have liked to get a bit more of a touch on it, but it was hit with such ferocity. And Fitzroy already on their way to reducing that gap. and to going on the run of perfection that has to be required, and even then it might not be enough. Had a bye after the Classico draw a fortnight ago, and it would have felt like a fortnight of frustration for the reigning champions as Oscar Yee drills Melbourne Aku level. In a matter of seconds, inside a minute, we have 2 goals. Goal scorer for Melbourne Aku, number 11, Oscar Yee. Took it well. Took it terrifically, did Oscar Yee. This game is off to the fastest, to the hottest of starts. Man who arrived from Pascoe Vale has buried an Aku leveller. He barely gave us a second to go through the teams, but we will finally do that now for one final time tonight. For Fitzroy, Aaron Yu is in goal. Scott Rogan deepest, while Jarin and Russo on the flanks. Robotis is the pivot. And for Melbourne Aku, Kwong Nguyen in between the sticks. Connor Irwin, Oscar Yee, our goal scorer, Ros Ruslan and Francis Ma all starting out there. For those in violet, looking to win in the league for the first time since March, to snap a truly wretched, a truly unwanted run of form. They have a corner and a chance to take the lead against the reigning champions. Irwin drifting his way beyond Rogan, not beyond Wild Jarin, couldn't keep it in. Ma did turn it in inventively, but it won't count. Aku themselves in a little bit of peril. This week's heartbreaking defeat to Pascoe Vale in a game they played so well. They were 2-0 up against the Lions before they marched their way back. It was Andre Caro's winner in the final minute to break Aku hearts and to compound the pressure and the misery that only a relegation battle can bring. They're on the right way to turning it around already tonight. Level against Fitzroy. They could have been rocked by that opener, but found a quick reply. Irwin tried to drill it into Ma. Russo read it best. Rogan. Now Russo. Kind of turned beyond Francis Ma, but kept it. Is tonight the night that those 3 points have been, which have been so elusive, if they are to reveal themselves, it would curtail a tumultuous autumn. And to start winter, it would wash away any of those woes. And of course for Fitzroy, tonight is a must win as well. If they are to keep title dreams alive, if they are to go back second, as Rogan's looking to lash them back ahead, deflects off Ruslan. The late lunge is going to happen. It has to happen now. Time is of the essence. Time is running out. They need to keep it alive before the next Classico. As Rogan for Wild Jarin. Russo moved his way down the line and fizzed it across the face. Dangerous movement from Cosi Russo. Robotis was lurking as well. Is Nguyen. Russo cut it out. Ruslan recovered it. Didn't clip it towards anybody. Christian Peluso, ex-Melbourne Aku, wrote his own headlines. Last time out, held the front page, held the back page with a hat-trick. He must observe from the bench to start this evening. I'm sure his presence, I'm sure his goal-scoring nous will be required again for Fitzroy as this game goes on. Russo, Rogan, Wild Jarin, for Russo. Rogan couldn't get beyond Ma. Ruslan for Irwin. Played it out for Oscar Yee, tried to get beyond Wild Jarin, couldn't quite. Irwin tidied it up, he got beyond Wild Jarin, and then beyond Russo, fired it across the face. Big Aku chance. Big Aku chance. Side known for their fast starts. Despite conceding first, have had the better looks since their leveler. Rogan, Russo, Wildjarin in combination again. Wildjarin from range. Couldn't quite drive it in. Oscar Yee. Irwin. Yee's just continued his run. He gave it to Ruslan instead. Fitzroy go on the press. Irwin hooks it over the top. Trickles back for Aranu. Rogan. Just waited on it, held it up well for Wildjarin. Yee came across, stopped him from firing it in. Rogan's take from the sideball, fizzed it down the line for Wildjarin. Ma cut the ball out back. Irwin gives it to Francis Ma, who's got all of Fitzroy to beat. Somehow managed to come away with it the first time, then stumbled on it. Wildjarin turned away from two. He was clipped, and the Tigers will have a free kick. Taken quickly by Russo. Robotis to have a drive. Into Newn's side netting. Goal differences. Fitzroy's friend at the moment in terms of the table. As it stands, Pascovel will have to beat them on points as Hugh tips over. Robotis sold Rogan a bit wide. Aku corner. Ruslan to take all the way out for Irwin. Fizzed it to Yee. Didn't quite sort his feet out. Ruslan tried to make it work. Rogan came away with it. Wildjarin gave it back to him. Rogan held it up. Aranu. To lump it long. Noah Ma. Cut his ball out. Robotis, Rogan. Russo down the line. Tried to drive it. Once again, only into Oscar Yee. He's had a busy opening few minutes. Russo's take all the way out for Josh Allen, his first involvement of the night. Russo, Allen, through the legs. Well, Wildjarin didn't get it under, but stole it away from Yee. Wildjarin with a stumble and a turn. Allen, Rogan. Rolled it back. Wildjarin. Allen. For Rogan once again. Goes down the line of Ma. Newen scrambling, spilled it in the end. Aku made a bit of a mess of it. Fitzroy will have it from the side. Xavier Fernandez makes his way out on court. First time tonight taken. Rogan to drive it. Just wide of the post, but they are in the mood. They are in the mood to reclaim second in the table. They only dropped below a few hours ago. But every game so far in this season, every game in the run-in poses a new challenge, a new twist and turn. It's Christian Peluso's first touch. Got a rather warm reception from the Aku bench. Melbourne Aku's side ball. Leong, Irwin drilled it into Noah Maru, took it down well. All the way back for Newen. He looked to clip it in behind. Peluso this time cut it out. Gave it to Russo. Allen tried to fizz it to Rogan. In the end chose to recycle. Russo fancied a drive. Connor Irwin in the way. Allen. Rogan. With Josh Allen. So he's just getting a simmering tempo to it. Rogan switch. Peluso flicked it on to make it work. Allen clipped it. Rogan took it down. Went all the way back for Aranu, who's going to research for Scott Rogan with a smashing ball. Rogan with a great touch. Fernandez made the block. Fitzroy corner. Superb ball from Aranu. So just lofted over the top. The reigning champions have a corner. Chance to put themselves back ahead. Rogan lofted it. Russo's volley, Mar in the way. Russo recycled. Allen. Waited on his options. One was Peluso. He went down the line. Mar cut it out. Allen took too long. Allen took too long. Aku can capitalise with possession back. Irwin. Leong. Fernandez. Try to play in Leong through the channel. Allen happy to marshal it back to you. Rogan. Peluso. Back for Rogan. Now Allen. Peluso made a darting run. Noah Mar hot on the press, and in the end they forced the error. Some real firepower on that Fitzroy bench that hasn't yet been introduced. Yanni Pira. Gridelli and Ben Chu, the only unused subs so far. It's Mar. Leong gave it away to Peluso, who got beyond Fernandez. Peluso went to cut inside and drill it. Had a look, won a corner. Russo's take, all the way out for Rogan. Allen. Fizzed it in, Peluso couldn't quite. Russo did, Fitzroy keep it. Rogan told he can take a few more yards than maybe he wanted. Julio Campos on the press. So we know the importance of tonight. With Moreland not in action, it would close the gap. Russo tried to drill it into Rogan. So 12 points can become 9 if they are to win. But they still would need at least 2 more results to go their way, to fall in their favour. And then win the Classico to draw the title race level. It's not impossible. It would take something special. For a season that's given us so much, why wouldn't you give us one more thing? It's Campos. Leong. Tried to loft it over the top. It's probably been Aku's biggest problem so far tonight when they've been in possession, especially deep in their own half. They've looked to go long, they've been rather wasteful at times because it plays into Fitzroy's strengths as Pira's dancing down the line. His first involvement was to fire one in at Newen. Peluso was lurking, but he got a strong enough palm to tip it away. Peluso's take, Pira on the left to fire over the top. Yi. Just waited on his options. Leong was one of them. Switched it for Oscar Yi, who has Pira to beat. Allen might come across in support. He drifted inside, gave it back to Campos. Fernandez couldn't get beyond Rogan. But Aku do just need to calm it down in possession. Patience has paid off tonight. It's been a true virtue. Sides have taken their time to construct something. It's often paid off, as I've nearly worn one. Eager clearance from Josh Allen as Campos. Leong, hustled by Peluso. Back for Yi. And Leong again. Aku just needs to break the Fitzroy press. Leong looked to go long. Too long for Oscar Yi. to take. He looks to drill it towards Pira. Leong won the first, crucially won the second. Nguyen gave it to Fernandez. Now Leong. Yi. Tries to go beyond Allen. Stuck out a leg. Skis quickly for Francis Ma. Down the line, Fernandez, Rogan hotly on his tail. He ran out of room trying to break out of a tiger tangle. Rogan for Peluso. Had a couple to beat. Peluso drifted inside. He stuck a foot in. Rogan, Peluso, rolled it back for Rogan. Thought about it, tried to find Allen. It's a scramble as Nguyen held. Ma. Switched it for Oski. Campos took a loose touch. Got away with it. Gave it back to Ma. Oscar Yi drifted beyond Allen. Yi might go alone! Wasn't far away from his second. That's how Aku will have to play tonight. They'll have to play with adventure, with dare. That's a beautiful ball from Pira for Robotis. Nguyen made a smart save, but what a ball from Yanni Pira. Corner taken out for Allen. Fired it into Campos. Yi gave it to Julio Campos, who wanted to lead the break. Aku have to calm it down. Fernandez nearly sold short. Got away from Robotis. Got away from Allen. Francis Ma kept it alive. Aku appeals on deaf ears. Rogan tried to clip Pira in. Instead only found touch. Ruslan, Ma, for Yi. And Ruslan. Leo Campos. Ma. Campos clipped it over the top. Aaron Yu had to come. Did very well to get a touch on it. Good sweeping from Fitzroy's keeper. As Campos tried to go beyond Rogan. Ruslan. Oscar Yi. Down the line for Francis Ma. Went beyond Robotis. Campos tried to clip one over the top. Pira read it best. Oscar Yi was the beneficiary. Aku again appeal for a free kick. Rogan continues on. Quick little shift, got it back from Allen. Fitzroy just taking their time, trying to draw the Aku press in. Francis Ma did well to cut out the long ball. Gave it to Oscar Yi down the line, just too much on it. It's those nearly moments for Aku in this first half where it's just if the pass is weighted a touch wrong against this side, you have to be perfect. You have to be at the absolute top of your game. And Aku are in it. And right now, are they going to rue a couple of opportunities, a couple half chances? Just don't drop for them. Francis Ma. Ruslan. Noah Ma tries to clip it into the path of his brother who bodied Robotis. Maybe used a bit too much body. Fitzroy free kick. Russo. Pira made a darting run. Rogan for Robotis. Gave it inside to Russo. Now Rogan. Yanni Pira. Switched it wonderfully. Robotis. Rogan thought about the drive. Hot ball to Russo, who took it down. Robotis. Tried to fire it into Ruslan. Kept it at least. Russo again. Rogan. Russo on the drive. Nguyen spilled the first, had to be alert to the second, and did just about enough. Campos for Francis Ma. Now Ruslan. Ma once more, trying to find the feet of his brother. Rogan read it best. Russo in a violet maze, trying to play it to Pira. Just a fraction of caginess starting to set in from a fast starter. Julio Campos cut out Rogan's ball. Russo won it away. Fitzroy 2-on-2. Robotis at the back post. Pira couldn't find him. Newen for Ruslan. Irwin. Fizzed it into Pira. Noah Mar. Irwin. Campos. Mar. Trying to clip it into the channel. Aaron Yu happy to go. Now Ben Chu. His first involvement of the night. Switches for Russo. See him back out on corner. Chu might have a stab. Newen made the save. Ma for Irwin. Skip beyond Russo, not beyond Chu, who won it back. Trying to dance around Noah Ma. Made a smart challenge, but lost out. Taken quickly for Rogan. Now Chu. Cosi Russo. Rogan. Tries to go beyond Irwin. To reset it for Chu. Aku on the press. Rogan skipped away from Noah Ma. Feel the hush in this place whenever it goes out. Everybody focus. Ruslan down the line. Noah Ma got goal side of Russo. Ruslan bundled through all of them! Leong forced the save and forced an Aku corner. Been their best glimpse since the leveller. Taken quickly for Noah Ma, who drilled his effort over the bar. Yu. Cosi Russo, now Rogan. Switch for Robotis. Skip beyond Ruslan wonderfully. Sat down Leong, but didn't sit Newen down. Irwin. Pressed on to stay up, Ruslan. Hotly pressed, just hooked it down the line. Troy to restart it. Aaron Yu's out. Temporarily fifth man. Robotis came all the way back out for you. Rogan. Chu. Russo. Robotis was unmarked to the back post. Ruslan and Leong didn't work it out between them. And an Aku chance to get some possession goes astray. They've had to pay for it. Rogan drilled it over. Took a touch, will be a Fitzroy corner. 6 minutes to half time. Can the reigning champions retake the lead? Chu sold Rogan short, or can Aku go on the break? Noah Ma certainly wants to think so. Couldn't quite crash it into the top corner, but that's where Aku was so dangerous. A side who like to play on the counter as it is. Can't get caught guilty of falling into that shape too often, relying on it too much. Because then your strength can become a weakness, something which has been exploited in recent weeks. But right now, in this situation, it looks like the right way to go. Let us know what you think, as Aaron Yu just had it open up momentarily. Rogan gave it back to him. Now down the line for Wow Jari. Yu got it back. Rogan, Chu. Fitzroy playing fifth man as Aaron Yu. Back to Rogan. Russo, they quicken the tempo up so well. Russo's effort just flashed wide. Oscar Yi's back out on court. Irwin, Yi. Leong. Ski now Irwin. Leong's taken a tumble. Ruslan, Yi. And Ruslan again. Irwin, Leong. clipped it into Yi. Lovely 1-2. Aku might be in with an opportunity. Took a deflection. Melbourne Aku corner. QEMU just getting a bit of a talking to. Meanwhile, corner is back out, fizzed into Al Jarin, who just stabbed it clear. Leong, Irwin, Ruslan, Oscar Yi tried to give it back to him, clipped it off Russo. Can Melbourne Aku have some sustained pressure of their own before half time? Can either of these teams break the deadlock? That stood since the opening 2 minutes of the game. Matter of seconds between our opener and between Aku's leveller. Nguyen tried to lob it long, got it caught in the roof. Jarin from the side for Rogan. Allen. Scott Rogan again, now Chu. Jarin. Rogan for Allen. Puts it into Al Jarin's feet, who got away from Leong. Ruslan picked his pocket. Oscar Yi might have a chance to go the other way. Held up by Rogan. Leong, Irwin. Got beyond Allen. Irwin tried to fizz it across the face while Jarin got in the way. Melbourne Aku in the ascendancy, building the momentum. In the minutes ticking down to the break. Oscar Yi, Irwin just about kept that in, and then just about gave it back to Oscar Yi. Some tried to loft it long, no one was quite there. As Jimmy Soufis wants timeout, he will get a timeout. Fast start to this game, which has since fallen into its cage a little bit. Our first timeout for the final game is Melbourne Aku 1, Fitzroy 1.
It is violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because a futsal player is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments.
We return from timeout on the brink of half-time. Melbourne Aku and Fitzroy deadlocked level. Kosi Russo in the fly kit. Fitzroy going fifth man before the break, and it nearly paid dividends immediately. Leong had to clear his lines. They did this against Carlton Hart from the start to great effect. Something they've trialled in weeks gone by. For moments like this, to break down a side who defensively have been stubborn in this first half. It's Rogan, Allen. Back with Scott Rogan, Robotis, who just occupies that space so well. Allen, Peluso, Russo, Robotis, they worked it wonderfully. And Harry Robotis, who was just on the spot to turn it in, couldn't quite apply the finish. bit of an Aku let off. Nguyen went long. Aaron, you called it quickly. Rogan. You now makes way. Allen, Rogan. Just holding up time. Scott Rogan and Josh Allen. Nearly sold him short. De Jong was in on the challenge. Russo for Rogan. Aku on the press. Tried to clip it to Robotis. They ran out of room again. And so Aku have been good in this first half. Talk about defensively stubborn, but so good on the press. Not allowing Fitzroy to breathe when they've gone high. Owen nearly gave it away to Robotis, then Allen. Just about got himself out of that situation. You'd hate to concede before half time. It changed the dynamic completely if you're Aku, if you're Fitzroy. It changes the approach for the second half. Right now there is so much riding on these next 2.5 minutes. Aku corner and a chance. A real chance to have a look at Aranu again. Ruslan took it near post. Oscar Yee came away with it, gave it to Irwin. Pressed by Peluso, fizzed it into Ruslan, got away from Allen, rolled it back for Irwin. Drew Rogan's press. Yee, Francis Marr. Irwin, Marr, Ruslan, got around Allen, had to drive himself, deflection off Peluso, Aku corner. Here we go then. Oscar Yee's corner, tried to fizz it across for Irwin. Too tall. They took a Fitzroy touch for good measure. Aku side ball again. Can they make this pressure pay off? Ruslan had a drive. Allen stopped it dead in its tracks. Gave it to Rogan. Robotis, Allen, Rogan. Allen again. Aku going on the high press. Josh Allen did wonderfully well. Robotis nearly sold Peluso. Francis Marr dived in. Rogan, they've got the advantage. Robotis tried to fire it into Russo. Francis Marr will accumulate one for that. Just leaving a lunge on Christian Peluso. Fernandez. Ruslan just hooked it away. Marr went to challenge Allen. Fernandez couldn't get the second. Peluso to Robotis. Clipped it over the top. Ruslan with a brilliant block. Terrific defending. And on the stroke of half time, that could be huge. A golden chance for Fitzroy. Robotis went the lofty, went the chip. Ruslan got up high enough and just hooked it over the top. Results in corners. Cleared to Rogan. Russo. I go fifth to the end. Allen, Rogan. Russo. Measured. Taking their patience. It's a tempered approach as Rogan. Allen once again. Peluso. Allen. Rogan. Opened up for him, fired it into Russo. Francis Marr at an open net. That was nearly Aku's look. As Peluso now the other way for Robotis. Fitzroy turn it in. And the Tigers, having knocked on the door, go back in front. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 18, Harry Robotis. Turned it in at the back post. Unmarked, Peluso found him perfectly. And having threatened to do it, from the second the fifth came on, Fitzroy are back in front. And Aku once again have it all to do. Fernandez is trying to get them back on terms as quick as possible. Rolls it for Campos. Oscar Yee. Rogan. Bundled over by Fernandez. Troy free kick. How crucial is that goal going to be? Just before half-time, Aku wanted to hold out. He saw the despair on their bench. Talk about changing dynamics. It changes the entire mood of the game. It's Allen, Rogan. With Allen. Rogan down the line. Robotis just waited on his runners. Rogan, Allen. Fizzed it, Robotis kept it in and has scored two at the back post in brilliant fashion. Great ball from Allen to find him, and Harry Robotis turns another in. Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 18, Harry Robotis. A late brace and he might be on for a hat-trick. Allen himself went. 7 seconds for Fitzroy to have gone from level to 3 ahead in a minute and a half. Russo, Allen, Rogan. If they're going to pull the trigger, it has to. Peluso for Robotis! It won't count. It won't count. It would have been a hat-trick on the stroke of half-time. With the final involvement of the first half, it would have been a hat-trick. But nonetheless, Robotis will settle for the double that so far dictates proceedings. Rogan with the opener, Oscar Yee got Aku level, but on the stroke of half-time, Harry Robotis scored twice to ensure that at the break, it's Melbourne Aku 1, Fitzroy 3.
I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds. And look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2 อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2 อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important.
So we return from timeout for the final time on match day for round 16. Melbourne Aku were well and truly in this first half until a Harry Robotis double meant at the break Fitzroy going 3-1 up in complete control. The picture shifts in a matter of moments. And it is up to those in violet to get themselves back into it. Oski wants to make sure that they can do that immediately. Russo put an end to the danger. Rogan thought about long, body feinted, got beyond Mar, then clipped it into Aljarin, who took that down brilliantly. Kept it alive. Rogan fizzed it in for Russo. Aljarin. Russo into a bit of a bundle, can't get beyond Owen. Nice quick take. Rogan fizzed it back to him. He took it down. That was a tricky one to take. Russo skipped beyond Francis Marr. Options centrally. They're going to walk it in. That's a brilliant goal. Super finish from Cosi Russo. A wonderful 1-2. And Fitzroy have fired in a fourth.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 4, Cosimo Russo.
Super goal. Absolutely super goal. Russo and Aljarin on the same wavelength. They worked it so well. The second Aku got into a bundle, Tigers pounced and turned it in. And for those in violet now, it will take something truly special, something as effervescent as the kits to get back into it. It's Oski. Irwin. QEMU side in need of an answer, in need of something. So Owen tried to go down the line. Francis Marr made it work. Yi. He's been energetic. He's been a live wire for this Aku side tonight. Fizzed it. Noah Marr tried to refine Francis. Rogan. Pira. To Rogan. Now Aljarin. Tried to fizz it on the switch. It's a bit too hot. Melbourne Aku can start all over again. We've mentioned how important the run-in is. We've mentioned what a crucial time of season it is. Both of these sides will be active on the final day. For Fitzroy, whether they will be playing for another league title or not is still yet to be seen. It's still yet to be determined, but they're in the groove at the moment to try and reduce that deficit as much as they can tonight, to keep that pressure on, to keep themselves in Moreland's mirrors. As Newen flicked it long, Marr chested it down well, but nobody obliged him with a run. Fitzroy happy to hook away. Owen retook. Leong. With Connor Owen. Takes his time, Leong. Irwin. Now Oski into Pira, but Oski Yi's a player who tonight in particular and throughout his time at Aku so far has looked to make something happen when he's got on it. He's a player with it feels like a point to prove. Whenever he gets on the ball, whenever he takes the court, he's always trying to do something. He wants to make things happen for this side. Was impressive last week, their goal scorer tonight, and has been once again a threat and a thorn in the side of Fitzroy. As Rogan picks off Irwin's ball, Pirra just gave it back to him, helped Rogan on his way, kept it alive somehow. Pirra on the follow-in. Melbourne Aku will have a free kick. After all that chaos, Newen, Oski, now Fernandez. Leong tried to go down the line for Noamar. Nothing that quite opened up. That's been Aku's problem tonight. There's not been that ability to cut a team open like Fitzroy have showcased on many an occasion where they've just had those openings. They've left players unmarked at the back post, and while Jareen is wanting to get in on the act, Newer made the save. Leong tried to fizz one himself, but that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. It's the way that when it is on those runs forward, it seems to be more on the break, and I said it can be a help and a hindrance in the first half. This is where it turns to a hindrance, when it feels like it's your only option of an out ball. That is where it can affect how you play, how you build up in particular, because you are then looking to be fast-paced and direct instead of calm it down. And we saw in the first half when Aku calmed it down, when they withstood the Fitzroy press, and then when they took the simple options, they put this side under pressure. They played some great futsal at times. Not a lot came of it, but they looked to threaten. They looked promising. They looked well structured. And that's why they were able to go toe-to-toe up until it all came undone in the final minute and a half before the break. That's something they need to get back to, instead of allowing Fitzroy to come onto them and them trying to hit them on the break, because this team have too much quality to do that. So when Aku get it, it's almost like they need to play the game on their terms. And Fitzroy have suffocated them into not being able to do that so far tonight, but the time that they do break that press, they then need to be less wasteful. And a moment that they will want to forget. A moment of head in Aku hands. An own goal turned in to deepen the mire, to worsen the woes. 5-1 Fitzroy. And Aku rather shot themselves in the foot with that one. Unfortunate for Leong, unfortunate for Newen. But it really does feel like the wheels are coming off tonight, at least for QEMU's side. So something they can salvage from this game. Rogan certainly thinks not. He picks it away. Skipped down the line beautifully. Campos was central to cut it out. Chu on the press, possessed. While Jarin back with Chu, who did a great job to win it back. Rogan. Pirra tried to just sprinkle a bit more magic with that ball to find, while Jarin couldn't get it out from under his feet. Leong to reload. Fernandez. Can Aku open? What can they conjure? Is this a remainder of a game about experiment and about adventure for them, as Rogan is marching forward? Newen made the save, it spilled, and Leong had to clear his lines and give Fitzroy a corner. Still have a quarter of an hour, best part of a quarter of an hour remaining in this game. Rogan's corner, while Jarin fisted across the face. Got an all-important touch. Another Tiger corner. Sakawal Jarin just wrapped his foot around it. Tried to whip it into that far corner. This corner taken only to Leong. Aku have a break. Campos up against Rogan. Chu happy to hook it away. Leong. Xavier Fernandez has Campos on the switch. Does find him. Ruslan now just dropping into that pivot position. Campos couldn't find him in the channel. Fitzroy ball as Allen and Peluso back out on court. Christian Peluso would love to add another goal to his tally against his former side. Chu. Pressed by Fernandez. Campos. Leong. Got away from Peluso momentarily. Ruslan. Fernandez. For Ruslan again. Peluso trying to initiate that press. Josh Allen does initiate the press. They work it well to Melbourne Akpu. Campos wins a corner. Much better from Aku to win this corner. Taken all the way out to Fernandez. Peluso cut it out. Fitzroy could be on the march again. Lovely touch to find Rogan. Nguyen came the long way and absolutely lamped it clear. Fitzroy from the side. Allen, Peluso. Switched for Robotis, who just rolled it for Allen. Couldn't get beyond Campos or Yi. Robotis from the side ball. Chu. Allen. Switching for Chu again. He's got some room to roam. Skip beyond two. Couldn't keep it in the process. Ski for Julio Campos. Now Yi once again. Fernandez twisting and turning. Aaron Yu had to fling a foot out at it. Campos. Tussling with Allen, who then took on Fernandez as well. Campos came away with it, tried to drive it goalwards. Chu in the way. Peluso on a one-man break. Oscar Yi put in a strong challenge and won it back wonderfully. He then sold Fernandez short. Robotis. Can they go the other way? Drilled it into Campos. Starting to open up a little bit. Oscar Yi drifted beyond one, beyond two. Fernandez. Campos. Tried to turn away from Robotis. Slipped it through the legs, but Robotis won it back. Allen. Peluso up against Fernandez. Drew them all in. Can see the desperation whenever he gets it. Just not to let him on that right foot. Robotis. Allen. Peluso. Just taking their time with it now. Are the defending champions. Chu. Allen fizzed it in. Robotis back heel. Ben Chu clipped it wide of the post. Would have been a beautiful goal. Great run from Ben Chu. Great ball from Allen. Robotis' touch, deft as ever. But he just couldn't divert it in. A sixth beckoned for the Tigers. There's Oscar Yi driving inside. Tanaku look. As Fitzroy going to fifth man once again. Cosi Russo back out in the fly kit, and they've nearly, so very nearly, conceded straight away from it. Unbelievable. Rogan's ball just deflected as Russo rolled it to him. Fernandez. Russo stayed in goal. Josh Allen cut it out well. Now Russo. Rogan. Russo gave it away. Fernandez still has an open net, pulled the trigger and flashed it wide. Took a touch. Melbourne Aku corner. Taken by Campos, out for Oski. Rogan just about kept his footing as he flashed it wide. Aaron Yu flung it long. Oski, important touch as Rogan was lurking. Was roaming his way in behind. Fitzroy corner. Peluso to take. Goes all the way out for Scott Rogan. Allen. Rogan, pocket picked by Oski. Allen was there to mop it up. He got adventurous trying to keep it in. Did well not to give away a free kick. They tried to work it wide from that side ball, then they gave it back to Aku. Rousseau makes way for you, Noah Mar. Advances his way back further up court. Ruslan finds him immediately. Fernandez. Lovely ball into Mar, who couldn't take it down. Rogan now had his pocket picked. Mar kept it alive. Tried to give it back to Fernandez. Robotis in the way. Fernandez and Peluso tussle. Mar and Peluso hit the deck. Bodies going everywhere. And it will be a Melbourne Aku free kick as a result. Ruslan is to take it. Can they get themselves a second? Can they get themselves a bit of interest? Ruslan. Fernandez whipped it. Arrowing close to that top corner. Wasn't a bad hit at all. Is it a spark? Is it something to try and fire this team back into this game? Fitzroy at the moment have the fifth man. They have all the ascendancy. They have a buffer. Champions in complete control. Allen. Peluso. Protest thinking he kept it in. Can hear those on the Fitzroy bench, but Aku will have it. It's such an important week for both teams, because the longer this losing run goes on, the longer that Aku get out of those patterns of even being able to save games, let alone win them. And those are the important things not to lose. Whereas for Fitzroy, if you keep that winning groove going, if you start playing the level of futsal that they are, once again, and you look ahead to the end of the season, whether they win the league or not, you then look ahead to next season and think if they continue on in this vein, they are going to take the title all the way. They are going to run so close with the additions they've made, with the futsal they're playing now. Certainly seem to be reinvigorated this side of Easter. There is a real chance that they could push more than close. Meanwhile, Russo turns it in from a brilliant Fitzroy move. They worked the fifth man perfectly. Peluso just placed it into his path, and Cosi Russo rams home another.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 4, Cosimo Russo.
He's in the groove again. Well and truly in the groove again. Back in amongst the goals, back to playing his best futsal. And Fitzroy are in the mood. Robotis on the break. Is it Peluso's chance to bag again? He tried to roll it into Robotis' path. Fitzroy's side ball, they'll go back to the fifth. Russo immediately out there. Taken for Rogan. Allen. Back with Scott Rogan. Down the line for Robotis. They work it so well, and this is Good fifth man practice for Fitzroy. Russo clips it back. Rogan, Allen. Oh, just about got it through. Russo might open up for him, twisting and turning. Rogan, while Jarin got beyond Mar, flashed it off the post off Irwin. Unbelievable. And Melbourne Aku, after all of that chaos, will call timeout. And we will go to a timeout break. Fitzroy well and truly clear of Aku at this stage as we cross to a short timeout break.
So the play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
So we return from timeout in the second half of a game that Fitzroy have rather run away with. Rounding out a big night of series futsal action. I'm joined by League Commissioner Josh Fusco on the mic. Welcome, Josh.
Ethan Rigg, I've been waiting many weeks just to share the microphone with you, and this is the day I can do it. Fitzroy Aku, last game of the night, and it's been a very interesting game.
Has been an interesting game, hasn't it? It's been, especially that first half. I thought Melbourne Aku had a couple of opportunities to try and really rustle a few Fitzroy feathers and take the lead of that game, but what do you think went wrong just before half-time to concede those two goals? Was it a switch off, or were they just undone by Fitzroy going up again?
Look, I think particularly when you look back at the second time they met, it was the same game. Very close in the first half, Fitzroy ran away with it, and this is just purely because of the experience. Melbourne Aku, very young side. Fitzroy has been doing this for years. Jimmy Sufis knows how to take apart teams, particularly when they struggle in the first half, and Fitzroy always struggles early on in a game and they warm up to it. And this game is no different.
Would you say as well, you talk about Fitzroy taking their time sometimes to warm up to games, this season in particular, has that been what's cost them?
No, I think that they've had new additions to the squad. Injuries. Josh Allen was out from last season deep into this season, and if you know anything about Josh Allen, this is a key player for Fitzroy. He is almost just as crucial as Scott or Cosimo Russo, and he's actually walking right behind us, Josh Allen. Phenomenal player, and he is a difference maker. And not only that, he is pivotal in major moments.
Here as well, Jarin trying to flash one at goal. Josh Allen, he's felt like a new signing for a side who've made 4 in the mid-season window. What have you thought of each of their new additions?
Yeah, Jimmy knew exactly what he had to do. He had some young guns come in. They didn't quite work into the system, and you need time to come into Fitzroy. You can't just step into this team and star as a player. You absolutely need that time. But Fitzroy, as a contender, they don't have that time to give. You know, they're chasing more season in, season out. So I'd say Yanni Pira, phenomenal. He's come in this game. He's been very good. Shown glimpses of a first-team player. Javaro, I don't even have to say anything about Javaro. He's magic. He's got magic feet. One of the best players in the league. I don't think you can pick up a better signing.
I think Javaro was the big one.
And Aaron. And Aaron.
And Aaron.
Just a little player right there, Aaron. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Deputised wonderfully in goal. Just the Australian international, no big deal.
No.
Here's Oscar Yu, skip beyond Pira. Aaron Yu on cue, comes out, gets a leg out. It will be an Aku corner. Where do you think that they've gone wrong tonight, Melbourne Aku?
again, outclassed. I think that the fifth man, when Fitzroy employ it, they are just perfect with their implementation of the power player. And they know how to use their advantage well against a team that has come up. And the championship is a league where you do not see the power player used in the frequency of serious futsal. So they are undermanned in terms of the time they've had to train and train defensively against the fifth man. So I would say it's purely Fitzroy's brilliance in this second half and not too much on Aku.
I think it's a very fair thing to say, especially when Fitzroy will have noticed that as a weakness. Jimmy Sufis and co are very calculated in their decision making. So to go for Russo to try and overload Aku, and you saw it so many times where instances where they were almost 5-on-3 in some cases, and that's where you draw it, when you give that false sense on the break, and then you've got players who are good at recycling, like Josh Allen, like Scott Rogan, who I actually think Allen, since coming back, has freed Rogan up a lot more to be, not take on less of the responsibility, but to be able to commit further forward and use that side of his game more, which has allowed his brilliance to shine through more. I think when it comes to it with Aku, you expect that they would have thought there would be chances there, but when you've got two guys who are just so good at keeping a lid on things, that's where it's got the hardest.
Absolutely, and you're perfectly right about Josh Allen coming in and freeing up Scott. Scott likes to play on the flank, you know, and he's been forced a little bit further back to be a defensive anchor for Fitzroy, and that's obviously disrupted the flow of Fitzroy's offense. And I think that's disrupted Cosimo Russo, and I think that's disrupted a few other players early on in the season, because Cosimo Russo, this is a guy who scores for fun, you know. People forget that. He had a start of this season where he couldn't quite get on the score sheet, and I think that has to do with a major part of Josh Allen coming back now that he can finally, even in this game, get the chances, put them away, and focus less on the defensive part of the game.
I think Russo's fifth man involvement has also freed him up quite a bit as Rogan rolls it for Chu. And Fitzroy trying to faction yet another opening against Aku. They've scored a lot in games where they've come up against opposition further down the league this season. Do you think that goal difference and that, I guess, ruthlessness that they've shown in front of goal, whether they do or do not come close enough for it to matter this season, but do you think having the rhythm and having the actual mindset of doing that will help them in the longer run?
I think when you're a top team, you need to perform to maximum capability every single game. And it doesn't matter who you're playing against, and we see it. They could have taken the foot off against Carlton plenty of times. They've ended up putting, I think, 40 goals, 45 goals past Carlton in 2 games. And that's exactly right. They want to stamp their authority every single game that they come into. So it doesn't matter for them if you're finishing second, you must finish second the best possible way.
Rogan, Dansby on one, forced the save, Pera hit the post. Scott Rogan. You just saw Oscar Yee do the splits. Newen made a very, very good save. He got down, he didn't see that until late. And Pira's second effort just crashed against the post as Irwin for Fernandez and Aku at the moment. Leong trying to drill one himself. Credelli's in goal. For Fitzroy, they've made the change. Aaron Yu taking a bit of a rest. The new signing, we saw him against Carlton a few weeks ago. What did you make of Gredelli in that game?
He's a good goal scorer, isn't he?
He's a very good goal scorer.
He's got a knack for absolutely whacking that ball in the back of the net. 2 goals. Never's had a hat-trick. I don't know anybody's had a hat-trick from goal. It's definitely happened, and someone will come back to this moment and send me a message saying, well, it's actually happened. But that performance from him, you know, he did what he had to do as a goalkeeper, but going forward, he was quite a fun man to watch.
Pira in for Waljarin. Irwin at his back. Still battling with Waljarin as Irwin. Aku win out on that occasion. They, of course, will know what they need to do before the final day, Melbourne Aku. You sense that one win may be enough as he crashes the bar. Irwin wanted the second ball while Jarin took a tumble. Leong had Fernandez, gave it all the way back out to Oscar Yee. Leong kept going. Yee again on the fly. Aku free kick. And a real flurry. Is that where they've looked so good at times this season, but tonight in particular, they've just had patches, haven't they, where they've sprung to life?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Oscar Yee, every single time I watch this guy, it's just he's the epitome of flair. He's quite a fun player to watch, and he does things that it makes you think, is that even humanly possible? He just took a strike there, bangs it across the bar. He's done that about 3 times tonight. He's got a rocket shot, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it here.
Fitzroy will set. Gridelli getting them in order. Oski scored Aku's only goal, could be on for a brace. Look to drill it! Gridelli didn't know a lot about that. Got a touch in the end, it will be a corner.
And if Aku is going to score, I really have a strong feeling it's going to be from a set piece. This is where they have the best chance to break down Fitzroy's defense. Taking a shot. Gridelli, he's no RNU, let's just put it that way.
Leon clatters the post. Fernandez on the second ball. Reload again, took a deflection. Josh Fusco on cue. There's Aku thunder it against the woodwork. Fernandez trying to drill it in again. Let's just go back to them quickly. Looking ahead this season. Because their fate will be decided before the final day. They play Carlton Hart on the penultimate match day. Do you think the win in that will be enough, or do you think that they need to win 2?
Wow, that's a big question. It really depends on Carlton Hart. I think Carlton Hart have the potential to pick up points. So Aku cannot take the foot off the accelerator here. They really need to take every single game as seriously as possible. And if they even just pick up 1 point against a team they play before Carlton, you can almost throw out the key and say, Carlton, go back to the championship. You belong there. Sharves will have messages with me after.
Oski trying to cut it inside as we remain as impartial as ever here on commentary tonight. Peluso for Russo. Robotis. Gridelli making way. Scott Rogan's got the fly kid on now. So they've alternated the 2 fifth man. As Robotis tried to fizz it into Rogan. Fernandez just made sure it got back to Newen, who saw an open net.
Oh my God.
Some way, somehow, it nearly got stuck in the roof. It had a spin and spun itself back down. And in fact, Fitzroy going to have a look. The one thing I do actually have a question about, I will throw it to you after questions. Josh Allen has this effort.
Yes.
Or Harry Robotis has this effort. As the Aku wall is being set. Fitzroy are looking to inflict yet a little bit more pain. Rogan to take. He drilled it and Newer made a smart save.
Ooh.
But it come too far. Off his line, it will be retaken, and he's gone into the book. As Jimmy Sufus has issued a timeout, and he will get it before the retake. It's all happening here. There's some real chaos. Kicking off out on court. But when we go to timeout, Fitzroy will have another look on the other side of it. They lead Melbourne Aku by 6-1.
If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level. So you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We return from timeout, 4 minutes on the dot remaining. Fitzroy up 6-1. I'm joined by Josh Fusco on commentary for the final knockings of round 16. Got a question poised for him.
Ooh.
After this free kick. Newen in the book for exceeding his linely limits. So we get ready. Kiwi Mew has his questions. We're all set. It'll be Rogan to roll it. Alan Robotis. Newen did wonderfully well. Terrific goalkeeping, and he's won one in the process. Seems to be okay. But just quickly, Josh.
Yes, sir.
With Fitzroy having two different players playing fifth man.
Yes.
I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen it.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to it, is there a different model for each player, do you think? Is there a situation where it's Cozzy and a situation where Rogan goes to fifth man?
Absolutely, otherwise you wouldn't have the change, do you know what I mean? There has to be a purpose for every single thing that happens or that occurs within a game of futsal. So perhaps they're bringing Scott Rogan to actually control the tempo a bit more and just play the game out, as opposed to having Cosimo Russo there, who's actually trying to be a bit more lethal.
Russo switch for Rogan. And then dummied as he found Robotis. Allen. Robotis again. Fitzroy wants to just tick the seconds away. They go right until the end. Against Hart the other week, only the whistle beat them. So Robotis for Rogan again. Fizzed it. Russo nearly works so well for Allen. That's the kind of futsal we've been alluding to post-Easter. Tigers baring teeth again, certainly back at their ferocious best. We don't know whether it's too little, too late this season yet. There's still time, there's still games to be played. Allen, though, has had it picked by Noah Maru. Flashed it through the legs of Peluso, but wide of the far post. And that's been a little bit of a summary of Aku's night. It's Gridelli to go long. Leon cut it out. But Fitzroy, on the other hand, as well, they will return to second now. They'd only really dropped there because Pascavel played first. That game in a few weeks, do you think that that determines who takes that second spot, or do you think there's still another turn in it? Because they both have got a very interesting run home.
Are you referring to that game between Pascavel and Fitzroy?
I am.
I don't even think it's up for second. It's up for pride. It's up for the ego of the game. You weren't here the last couple of seasons, but Pascavel made a lot of noise. And Fitzroy put them in their place a few times. And this season, Pascavel had the louder roar with that last game.
It's Russo, found Peluso, Newen.
A massive victory. And there's more on the line than just second. As I said, it's pride. It's to be the, who's the biggest cat? And we'll put it that way.
Whoever wins square, takes the ledger as well this season, don't they?
Well, you got bragging rights. Pascavel desperately want those bragging rights against Fitzroy. It's the old rivalry. It's Barcelona, Real Madrid.
Alan for Robotis. Al Russo, Peluso. With Cozzy Russo. Fitzroy just working it. And then giving it away. Francis Mariner, look at an open net. Scott Rogan did enough without fouling him to put him off. Gridelli back in. Sakawel Jarin reintroduced, who started the season so hotly. Has looked lively and impressive whenever he's come on. But what do you think needs to happen for Sakawel Jarin? The goals haven't necessarily dried up, but to become more of a consistent fixture and to really be the person tasked with leading the goal haul in this Fitzroy team?
Well, it's a big question, and it all depends on his adaptability to the Fitzroy system. He was a star man at Western United. He carried a team. He had the load on his shoulders, and he wore it well. But here, you have to play with players who are better than you. You can't do it all by yourself.
Russo gives it away to Mar. Robotis hooked the leg around him to win it back. Allen was just waiting on the cavalry. Chose to recycle it with Robotis. Rogan out there again. Russo, Robotis, Rogan. Allen, lovely touch. Russo tried to find Wild Jarin. Made it work anyway. Robotis back with Wild Jarin. Dying embers of round 16. Fitzroy still with their foot on the throttle. Rogan's giveaway uncharacteristic. Grudelli will get back to prevent any pain or to prevent any scoreline infliction. With this round coming to an end and we look ahead to next week, which one of you marked as match of the round next week? What's got the most riding on it?
So let's go through them. That's right. So it's Pascaval Fitzroy, right? I could be incorrect. Ooh, you wouldn't want the commissioner of the league to not know which games are playing next week. But
there's some credentials.
No, it's definitely not Pascaval Fitzroy. That's the final day of the season. I am absolutely off my rocker. Fitzroy, Carlton Hart, Pascaval, Hume, Morland, Arku. I'm going to go that middle one right there. Hume versus Pascaval. It's got a lot of fight. It's got a lot of teeth. It's got a lot of... and that's what I want to see.
Especially after tonight where the Black Army...
Cosy tumbles.
Were at their ballistic best as Francis Marr goes into the book for his little tangle with Cosi Russo.
And I will say this about that game. If you're Western United, you're hurt bad. That's a big, big defeat to suffer.
Depleted though they were to lose in the fashion that Western United did tonight. I don't think it's the fact that they lost. I think it will be the performance that will anger them the most because they've been so consistent this season as well. Jarin gets a stab on one, gets himself on the score sheet and rounds out a night of Fitzroy ferocity.
Goal scorer for Fitzroy, number 10, Saka Wal Jarin.
Took it well, rounded it out. The reigning champions have flexed their muscle once again. A night where they've been truly dominant from start to finish. Aku had a couple of glimpses, but Fitzroy were at their ferocious best. The gap is 9 with Moreland having had the bye. The run-in hots up next week. It continues as strong as ever. But full time here in Darabin. It is Melbourne Aku 1, Fitzroy 7.
Seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Northern Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right ahead, line.
I'm here with Fitzroy keeper Aaron Yu. Aaron, obviously a fantastic performance from your side tonight. You've now had some time to get your feet under the table at Fitzroy, having moved over from Western United. What was that adjustment like?
Yeah, it took a bit of time to adjust to the Fitzroy system. Obviously, I played with them before, but obviously it's a very good system. So the boys keep the ball very well. Like tonight, didn't have to do much. So all credit to the boys.
And obviously a massive 3 points for your side in this season's title race. The gap is now 9. You've got a Classico again in a few weeks. Do you think you'll be able to go into it with a chance of closing that gap to Moreland, maybe to 3 or to draw level?
Well, Moreland have played really well this season, so all credit to where they are at the moment. We're just going to focus on ourselves. I think that's the only thing that we can do is try to win every game leading up to it, and it's always going to be a good game against Moreland. So we're both going to try to go end the season with a win.
And obviously you've played international futsal for Australia, and you've been involved in the Western United system, played state futsal for Victoria with a lot of these lads. Just how great is it to share the court with all of them now at club level as well?
Yeah, it's really good. Always good to play with your friends. So there's always a good understanding between me and a few other players at Fitzroy, like Scotty. We've been playing forever. So yeah, it's good to have that link up again.
Aaron, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm here with Melbourne Aku's Raz Ruslan. Obviously a tough result to take tonight for your side. What do you take from this, and where do you look to improve on it to go again next week?
Look, this Melbourne Aku, this was always a mid to long term project. I don't know if you guys know, but 90% of our squad is under 21 years old. So you've got a couple of old heads like myself and Zach and Kui, but this is a long term project where, you know, we're building towards something. We're trying to keep a good group of young players together. So as long as we're building and learning, and you know, I think there's times where we're matching some of the top teams, but then inexperience and immaturity, you know, we're just dropping a couple of goals here and there. So as long as we build, as long as we keep growing, wherever we end up, the goal is to just, you know, build for the next 1-2 seasons to come. So yeah.
And obviously let's shift away from the negative and focus on a lot of the positives. This has been a tough season, of course, but with this has come the opportunity for a lot of younger guys in that system to stand out and to really step up. Who in particular would you say has been one of those players that you've noticed a shift in?
Yeah, well, you know, we were put into SFE this season. So the original plan was to build with a young group in State League, and hopefully we get promoted and we have a good season under our belt. But we were thrown in the deep end, which is what we accepted and we wanted to do. But, you know, we've got Noah Ma, who's 16, 17 years old. Our number one goalkeeper is injured. Tass is 17 years old. But, you know, obviously Marcus, Oscar, they're still really, really young, and the potential and the ceiling is really high. So, you know, regardless of the results today, you know, as long as they get another season under their belt, learn through difficult situations like today when we conceded a lot of goals in fifth man, then, you know, we'll be better for it next season wherever we are.
Rose, thank you so much for your time.